Hi, all. Welcome to Fox 10 News. Now we've got some breaking news I'm going to take you to. We've got a school bus that has crashed. Horrible visuals. This is a live local story. Let me get more information for you because I went live before. I had some of that additional information. All right, and this is at 100. It's at 107th Avenue in Encanto in Avondale. 107th Avenue in Encanto in Avondale. School bus crash. Let me see if maybe.
From 107th Avenue, usually taking Canto. Of course, Encanto is shut down this morning.
All right, Troy, thank you. Now on to another news alert. A Phoenix family of 5 burned out of their homes this morning after a mobile home park. You can see there was a blaze that happened here just a little while ago, just off the Black Canyon Freeway and Indian School Road, right around 27th Ave and Indian School. One of the family members had to be treated for smoke inhalation.
All right, so I took you briefly into our morning show that was Ron Hoon talking to you. Now we are going to go back to this accident in Avondale at 107th Avenue and Encanto. And you can see officers are now investigating the scene. Donald Trump in New Hampshire, live event.
Cheating the fever pictures bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see so clear. Go ahead and sell me out and I'll lay your ship bare.
Wow.
See
Hello,
how
folks.
I
Wow.
believe with every
Beautiful.
piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will
Trump,
do.
Trump, Trump. I guess we're allowed to make speeches with absolutely no sleep. Is that right? Are we? You may hear some very bad things coming out. I just came in from Iowa. We love you too. We love you too. And they said, you know what we can do? We can cancel New Hampshire, Mr. Trump, and you can stay. And I said, well, how big a crowd? Full house. I said, there's no way we're canceling. So I'm going here, then I'm going right back. I'm going right back. But, you know, last night we had an exciting night because I did something that was a little bit unusual. The fact is, and I said it, and, you know, I have a very good relationship with Fox, but when somebody doesn't treat you properly, you got to be tough. You got to be strong. You can't let them push you around. And that it goes for the country. When you're not treated properly, you have to stick up for your rights. And if I'm your leader, we're going to stick up for the rights of the country. We're not going to let, like the 10 sailors 2 weeks ago, where they're in a begging position with their hands up, and then Kerry is trying to say like it's normal. It's not normal. It's called you fix the boat, you shift them back up. You don't make a big deal out of it. So for 2 days, and they're sitting on their knees, and they're kneeling, and they have their hands up, and they have guns at their heads. It's not going to happen anymore, folks. Let me tell you, it's not going to happen anymore. And the only reason we got them back is we're giving them $150 billion the following day. $150 billion. A deal is so sad. So one thing I can't do, you know, I would have done something it would have been so different. Number one, we would have had our hostages back long before we started. And I went into that. It would have been very easy because we wouldn't have started unless they gave them back. And then we would have doubled up the sanctions. You know the story. We would have got them back. 100%. Number two, I would have never given them the $150 billion. Other than that, we would have had a fine negotiation. But the sad part is I'll go in and I can never get that money back. And do you see where they're spending the money? They're spending it in Europe. They put money into Italy. They're spending it in Russia for missiles. I didn't know they were allowed to do missiles, right? They're not supposed to do missiles. But they're spending it everywhere but the United States. So they're buying 118 Airbus planes. They're made in Europe, right? They're not buying Boeings. Why are they allowed to buy Airbus planes, okay? We are run by stupid people, folks, and it's going to end. It's going to end. So last night was amazing. I'll talk about it for a couple of seconds. You notice I don't use teleprompters, right? No teleprompters. This means we can do current events. There's Big Al. Stand up, Al. My vet. I love my vet. He's the best guy. He's the best guy, I'll tell you. He's a dedicated guy. He's a good man. And he probably liked me even more. You know, he likes me anyway. But last night I raised $6 million for the vets. What?
Money is coming to New Hampshire to the homeless veteran shelter.
Well, we'll be doing that soon now.
It was on your list, I tell you.
Yeah, good. We're going to be doing that soon. So, well, we spent a lot of time up in New Hampshire with the vets, and Al has been helping us a lot and some of Al's friends, and it's been amazing. And you have a big vet problem up here. The vets are not treated right. Illegal immigrants are treated better than our vets in many cases. That can't happen. So it can't happen. What happened last night, though, was amazing because I wasn't treated right. I did something that was very risky, and I think it turned out great because I'm on the front page of every paper. I'm getting more publicity than if I, I don't know. And I had an amazing soldier last night, John, who you saw get up, and John Wayne, we call him. And he got up and he made an amazing speech. He lost his leg. He was a real guy and is a real guy. And he talked about the vets and talked about the problems and talked about what he went through and how hard it was. And when he left, they gave him a whole big box of pills and they say, good luck. And he didn't know what to do. And he gave, I don't know if you got to see it last night, but it was an amazing story of how difficult it is. And Now he's in great shape. He has a fantastic family and wife. They got him through it, but it was a tough time for him. And the way he explained it, I've never heard it explained that way. Not even Al explained it that good, I had to tell you. So, Al, you're going to have to take lessons. I'm going to send you to meet him. But he was really fantastic, and it was an incredible evening. And this way, we made our point, and Fox was very nice. They very much wanted me for the debate, and they tried very much. And I wanted to do it, frankly. I actually asked them, I said, give $5 million to the vets, and I'll consider it. And they probably had a hard time doing that, maybe. But and I understand that. But I said, give $5 million, make a donation, $5 million to the vets, and I'll come and do your debate. And they were really unable psychologically to do that. And I said, that's okay. We went out and raised $6 million, which is fantastic. So it worked out. So it all works out. It all works out. You know, so we have a big day coming up. We have number one, we have February 1st. I think we're going to do really well in Iowa. I think we're going to even surprise. We're leading in the Iowa polls now, and leading pretty good. And Cruz, who's in second place, he got really pummeled last night. Actually, I'm glad I wasn't there because I guess all of that, he got pummeled. Wow. And you know, they didn't even mention that he was born in Canada, right? You know, it's when you're born in Canada, you're not supposed to be running for president of the United States. Prime Minister of Canada, no problem. No, he can run for Canada. There he is, that's right. He can run Prime Minister of Canada, no problem. But so he got beaten up pretty badly last night. I don't know what's going to happen to his poll numbers, but probably they're not going up. And I was just told that ours went up because of what we did last night. Isn't that something? You know, it tells you a little bit about risk, because risk is interesting. You know, in theory, I would have rather have done the debate because you're leading. You don't want to change the wheels, right? You want to just go, get it done, win, and go to the next one. And I took a chance. I mean, I took a chance, and it's something you have to do, but I took a chance, and we did something. And I don't even know what the end result. I heard we went up, but whatever the result is, I did the right thing. I did the right thing because I did something great for veterans. And when you think of it, these politicians are on that debate. Most of them don't know what they're doing. They're talking, and we're raising money for incredible people, especially when you heard John last night. So there was something really nice about it, and it could not have been better. It was a 10. You know, as they say, when something works out, it was a 10. And I didn't know it was going to be a 10. I'll tell you what, I started getting good feelings when I went to the arena. It was a beautiful theater, but it only held 750 people. We had thousands of people outside, thousands. And when you see that kind of, what would you call love? I mean, really love. It was a great feeling. So we had an amazing time. I just want to show you numbers just came out because I love to talk about polls. I always say when you're number one, you talk. And all the time these politicians, they ask me, why do you always mention polls? I say, because I'm number one and you're number 7. You know, it's true. True. Here's Drudge. By the way, he's an amazing guy, Drudge. But they have a poll. Choice for president. Last night, came out late last night. Trump, 65%. Believe that? 65. Cruz is 17. Rubio's 6. And I won't even mention the other one. He's so low. Oh. Let me give you a hand. He spent about $125 million so far on the debate. He likes Common Core, and he's weak on the border. Remember, they come in as an act of love, right? How do you spend $100 and some odd million and you're at the bottom of the pack? How do you do that? You spend $100 and some odd million. I could give that money to you. Where's somebody? I could give it to anybody. I can pick many people out that do a lot better than this, right? With that kind of money. Time Magazine has a poll. Trump 53%. Rubio 12. Cruz 7. Slate has a poll. Trump 46, 18, 13. I mean, these are amazing polls. National poll, CNN has been great, 41, 19. Zogby has been actually great, 45, 13. I mean, these polls are great. Now, we got to get back to the important stuff here. New Hampshire, right? This just came out. In New Hampshire, we're leading 34-16. We're leading 36-12. 36-12. In Florida, we have 48-20. Florida. Come on, New Hampshire, let's get with it. 48. 48. I mean, 48 is serious stuff. So we have a lot of great polls. Fox News in New Hampshire, 31-14 and 31-14 and 13. So we should be in really great shape. Yeah, and we're leading nicely in Iowa now. I see an Iowa poll just came out, 34-23-12. So it's really great. So, but it all doesn't matter if you don't go and vote. And, you got to go out and vote. We got to, no matter what. I kid when I say this, but you may be feeling badly. Your wife may have said, I don't want to be with you anymore. I'm out. Or your husband. It does happen the other way, too, right? The husband could say, I'm out of here. No matter what it is, you may have lost your job. You may be in a state of major, major depression. Get up and vote. I will get rid of your depression. You'll be happy. You'll be happy. You're in depression because you can't get jobs anymore in this country that are any good. So we'll lift that depression, but you got to get out and vote. So important. On the 9th, in your case. So we start on the 1st in Iowa. That's going to be a big thing with the caucus. I'm going to be out there. Actually, right, I went from there to here, and now I'm going back. How loyal is that to New Hampshire? Seriously. Do I get points? That's true. Do I get points? My people said, no, you shouldn't mention that. I said, shouldn't I mention it? They said, no, you shouldn't mention that, Mr. Trump. That's, a little bit not nice. I am going to mention it. I mean, everyone said, don't do it. They'll understand. They could have called you last night. It's been canceled. I just felt guilty. I felt guilty. That's why when somebody like Jeb Bush, who spent $100 and some odd million, and he's low in the polls, I've spent almost nothing and I'm high. Isn't that a beautiful thing? That's what the country needs, right? That's what the country needs. But see, now I'm changing it. Now I'm changing. I have to tell you, I'm changing because two things. Number one, I feel guilty. The press keeps saying, why do you spend so little money? I said, because I'm number one. And, it's funny. I get so much airtime that I was supposed to have spent up until this date exactly $40 million. And I spent like peanuts. Peanuts. So I'm like $36 million under budget or something, right? And I think that's great. As business people, we have a lot of business people in this room, a lot of young people that are smart. But it's something beautiful about that. In the old days, there was a man named Charles O. Finley. Anybody ever hear of him? Charles O., right? Baseball. He owned the Oakland A's. He had the lowest payroll in baseball by far. And he had the best team. Won the World Series 3 times, right? And I said, boy, this guy knows, 76, 77, 78. And who bought all his players? George Steinbrenner, right? Steinbrenner used to Reggie Jackson, Catfish Hunter. And George was a very good friend of mine, one of my best friends. He was a difficult guy, but he was a great guy. And he said, boy, that guy's crazy. He would just get this player from nowhere. Guy turns out to be a superstar, and then I pay him millions. But it was good for the Yankees, and it was good for Charles O. But there's something beautiful about that. We're number one in the world on education in terms of cost per pupil, right? And we're number 28 in the world in terms of the quality education. We have third world countries that are much better than us. You have Norway, you have Sweden, you have China, you have certain countries that are number 1, 2, and 3, but we are number 28, okay? And yet we're number one by far per pupil. And when you have Common Core where your children are being educated from Washington, what do these people know about the people and the children of New Hampshire? They don't know. And I see women, I met 2 weeks ago, I was up here, and I met women that are just involved with their school, their local school. The dedication, and actually 2 of them, their sons had graduated and their daughter had graduated. And they would tell me it doesn't matter. They love it. They love doing it. Their kids are gone. They still have a good feeling for the school because they love their kids, and even though the kids are now in college. But they were showing and how the parents are so involved. You can't do that from Washington. You can't do it from Washington. It's called the dumbing down of America. Well, it is. I mean, it is. And by the way, the folks in Washington, they make plenty of money. They're worried about that. Now, some are good. I mean, some are very nice people, I'm sure, but you got to do it locally. So Common Core is a bad thing. Borders, good thing. Second Amendment, good thing. Great thing. How about great thing, okay? So we're going to help you out on your Second Amendment because we're not going to be touching it. They keep taking pieces and chunks, and you need that. When you look at what went on in Paris, where you're not allowed, Paris is the greatest because you're not allowed a gun, right? You can't have a gun in Paris. So this is your ultimate example. You cannot have a gun in Paris and France, one of the toughest nations in the world, toughest city in the world, I think, for guns. Well, the bad guys have the guns. So they walk in, and they did the magazine a year before, by the way. But they walk into this place, and they just go boom, boom, boom. No retaliatory fire. Nobody has a gun. And no matter who it is, and if that guy had a gun, and if Big Al had a gun, and if a couple of people had a gun, would have been a whole, the bullets are going now in the different direction. They're going this way. They're going cross. You wouldn't have had the problem. You would have had death, but you wouldn't have had the problem. So you lost in Paris 130 people, and you have many more going to die. You have people that are tremendously badly hurt. The hospitals are loaded up with people. Same thing in California. You have the 14 people, these two horrendous married couple, radicalized, goes in, shoots 14 people that gave them wedding presents and wedding parties and everything else. I mean, they knew them. They knew all of them, and they went in and killed them. And you have a lot of people in the hospital there, too. No guns, they had no guns. Even at the military base a year ago, we had the 5 soldiers. A couple of them were highly decorated, excellent marksmen. They had a gun-free zone. How stupid is that on a military? If we have to have a gun-free zone on a military base, I would end that first day. It's ending. But just to me, when I see that, we trust our lives with the military and with the police. And by the way, I have to tell you, you have great, I got endorsed by the New England whole police deal. And I've been endorsed by so many police. I don't know if they're endorsing anybody else. Every time I go to an area, they're great. They're great people. And, they'll take one incident which was a mistake or something bad, or some guy goes wacko or something, and it happens. And that'll be on television for weeks and weeks. And the 99.999% of the time, you'd never see the good stuff. But we wouldn't even be sitting here if it wasn't for the police. So, we have to be thankful. No easy job. No easy. And by the way, I thought they did a great job in California. That was not an easy one. And even Paris, you look at that, that was like a war when you look at it. Take a look at the vehicles. There was nothing left of them with so many bullets and everything else. So we have to get tough, and we have to get smarter. We have to be vigilant. And it all began when I announced I was running for president. I came down the escalator, took a deep breath. It was like Academy Awards. Even now, look at all those cameras back there. Isn't that amazing? Wow. That's a lot of press for early in the morning when they're supposed to be. Aren't you? They were supposed to be in Iowa. Boy, that's a lot of press. They're all supposed to be in Iowa. Maybe they just followed me in, They'll be here. They'll be here starting Tuesday, but they're supposed to be in Iowa. That's a lot of press. I figured, this is good. Maybe we won't have so many cameras on us, right? It's always tougher. You make speeches, and every time there's like red lights. Look at all the red lights. You have all these cameras going. These other guys come in, they make speeches. There's nobody around. They have no audience. They have no cameras. They have nobody. They make a speech. How about the one guy, O'Malley? He goes to, right? Was it New Hampshire or was it Iowa where he's sitting with the one guy? He sat with one guy for an hour. One guy, the weather was bad, it was a little snowy, so only one guy showed up, right? He sat with him for an hour, talked to him and talked to him and talked to him, and the guy leaves and the press says, well, will you vote for him? No, I won't be voting for him. This is the guy. Why is he running? I can say it about some Republicans too, but why is O'Malley running? What's that all about? O'Malley. You know what his claim to fame is? He was the mayor of Baltimore, okay? He left them a great, great blueprint for the future. O'Malley. And every time he gets up, he talks about Trump. I don't know. They talk about Trump. When they talk about Trump, we talk back, right? But here's a guy, that guy has about, what do you think his chances of getting the nomination are? Yeah. He says slightly less than 0, yeah. What a waste of time. I guess he gets maybe more speech money. I do wonder why. I see some of the guys, including on the Republicans, they have 0. One has less than 0. It was a mistake. I think it was a typo. They have a 0 and the arrow is pointing left. It's true. And I say, what does that mean? Does that mean less than 0? I'm trying to figure out, how do you have less than nothing, okay? And then and then you see him at the debates, You see him. I don't want to mention the name Gilmore or anything like that because I don't know him. I never heard of him. I don't know who he is, but I know he's at the debates. And, I watched Pataki, who had nothing, 0. And I say, why do they hang in so long? I think if I had a zero, if I knew I was getting close to the zero level, I'd go like this. I would bail out so fast. I mean, it can't be good for their brand, right? It can't be good for their brand. But it's been so interesting, the process. So I'm coming down the escalator, I see, and I said to my wife, boy, it takes guts. You know, it takes guts to run for president. I never did this stuff before, and that's why I'm so happy. You know, I love the way it's going. I never thought this would happen, where we have 22-point leads and 25-point leads. Not 25, I mean 25-point leads. And first place in every single poll, statewide and nationwide. And we want to keep it that way. That's why you have to vote, by the way. But we want to keep it that way. And we're going to make our nation so great again. But I come down the escalator. And the whole thing was really based largely, and it was very important, it was based on trade, because I'm really good at that. Carl Icahn, and by the way, I want to read a couple of these because they were so great. Some of the money. But Carl Icahn last night gave $500,000 with one phone call. He's a great businessman. Richard Lefrak, big builder, gave $100,000. Howard Lorber, $100,000. A rich guy from New York. Here's a guy that 2 months ago would have loved his name, but now I don't know, he's going silent. I don't know. It sounds like he's getting a divorce. I don't know. Something's going. He didn't want his name mentioned, but he gave $1 million, a friend of mine. Phil Ruffin from Las Vegas gave $1 million. Ike Perlmutter, the head of Marvel, an amazing guy, an amazing businessman, and his wife Lori, they gave $1 million for the vets, all for the vets, you know. So I got to mention that name. So I came down and I started talking about illegal immigration to start off with, and it was a firestorm. You remember that. And you wouldn't even be talking about illegal immigration. And Sheriff Joe Arpaio just endorsed me. You saw that, right? So I was always the toughest on immigration. Everyone said, oh, that's terrible, he's too tough, terrible. Now they're all coming right to me. Now they're trying to even go to the other side of me. And all I have to do is say, Sheriff Joe endorsed me. That's the end of that, okay? Because Sheriff Joe is serious into that world. But you know what happened? It is true. People didn't think there was like the problem. And it was not even going to be a subject. And you remember the heat. Rush Limbaugh, who's an amazing guy, said, nobody has received more incoming after I announced than Donald Trump. He's never seen anything like it. And then people started saying he's right. And then you had tremendous crimes that were terrible. Kate in San Francisco was killed, shot in the back by a illegal immigrant, came over here 5 times. You had Jamil, this wonderful young guy, young, like 17-year-old kid, shot in the face 3 times, just walking down the street to see his father for no reason. They were out to get him, even though they never met him or anything. They just wanted to set an example. Disgusting. And recently, a couple of months ago, a woman, I mean, this is, by the way, many. You could look yesterday, you could look the day before. But a woman who was 65 years old, a veteran, raped, sodomized, and killed by an illegal immigrant. Shouldn't have been in the country. So we're going to build a wall, and we're going to have a great border, and we're not going to let people come in unless they come in legally. We're going to let them come in, but we want them to come in legally into this country. And you know the amazing thing, I go all over, and I don't think of New Hampshire as, because I know I have so many friends up here, it's incredible, and so many people, and it's such a beautiful place. I don't think of it in terms of heroin and drugs, right? You know, you just don't think. If you didn't know, because the picture of, you know, you see the streams and you see all the beautiful trees and you don't think of it. But every time I go, because I now have gotten to know so many people over the last couple of years, and such a big problem, right, with the heroin, and such a big problem. In fact, I hear it more here than I hear it any place in the country. It's a tremendous problem, and it comes over the southern border. We're going to stop it, folks. We're going to stop it. And then we have to help, because there are so many people, kids, but there are so many people that are addicted right now. We're going to help them. We got to help them because we got to get them through it. It's tough. It's so much easier if you don't start. You know, if you don't start. I always tell people, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. I say no cigarettes, okay? But no drugs. I told my kids, Ivanka said to me, Dad, you're driving me crazy with that. She's like 3 years old. She didn't even know what drugs and alcohol and cigarettes are. I said, Ivanka, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. She said, what are they? As she grow older, she'd say, Dad, okay, just leave me alone, you know. But I would literally just drum it into him because it's just so important. Well, here's a step that we're talking about because you have so many young people and other people, but you have so many young people in this area that are just, just in trouble. We got to help them. We got to really help them. And we got to keep this crap out of here so that other people don't go for it. So sad. So sad. I should mention, I mentioned to one person I would do it. I don't know how you feel about this, but I have to do it. So you have a newspaper up here, the Union Leader. Do you know about this newspaper? I'll be honest. Look, I don't care. The press is fine. Some are good, some are bad. But I have to give you, this guy's a bad guy. His name is Joe McQuaid. He's a bad guy. He's a bad person, and he uses his weight, pushes his weight around, thinks he's hot stuff. And all of a sudden, I announce I'm running, and he calls, and he says, well, anytime you want to come see me. Okay, so that's fine. I don't mind that. It's fine. And lots of things happen, strange things with him, and I see it over here, and I just have to give this because this is first of all, it's a dying paper. It's going to be dead soon. They had a Wall Street Journal article last week that was so devastating, and a lot of it's caused by McQuaid. He's incompetent. So what happens is he writes these editorials, these vicious editorials. But here's what's happened. During the course of the last 6 months, he's asked me for ads. In fact, I have a letter here. Can you believe how stupid this guy is? Listen to this. I just got this letter. Look. Holy mackerel, it's dated January. What's today's date? 29th. I got this letter today. Anyway, it says, hi, Amanda. Hope all is well. Ba, ba, ba. Holiday, great. We want ads, okay? Can you imagine the guy asking me for ads? Now, this has gone on for months and months and months. Every time I see him, we need ads, we need ads. I actually took out ads. He asked me to take out ads. I took out some ads for Doral in Miami. I don't know. I figured give him an ad, get him off my back. The guy has bad news. So, okay. But much more importantly than that, so he's asking for ads all the time. He asked me to do a stupid debate. Now, the guy had a debate, remember? The day before Fox. So he decides because he's, McQuaid, and you used to have Loeb, who was a really smart guy. No, he was. And this guy is like he's like an ant compared to Loeb. Loeb was a respected guy and a real guy. And what happened is he calls and he says, would you do our debate? I said, I'll do it. First of all, I'd never debated before. The first big debate was the Fox debate, which set all records in the history of cable television, was the next day. I said, Joe, I'd like to do it, but it sounds strange. I'm doing it for you, and everybody's talking about the Fox, and nobody knew about this. He said, well, it's really important. I was the only one that didn't do it. I said, I don't want to do it. And that was the one where Jeb Bush did it, and he made a fool out of himself. Do you remember? He destroyed himself. That was a disaster for Jeb Bush and a couple of others. But I said, I can't do it. I won't do it. And it was very, he was very nasty. Then he calls, he said, James Foley, who we love, he said, would you make a speech on behalf of James Foley? So I came up, I made a speech. Would you give a contribution on behalf of James Foley? So I gave $25,000. I think it was $10,000, $25,000, a lot of money. And I think that's great. I gave it to the parents of the foundation. Then he goes, you have to do me a favor. Always calling, asking me for favors. What? This was a few weeks ago, just before he endorsed Christie. Christie's not, believe it? And by the way, Chris Christie's a friend of mine. Got no chance, Got no chance, zero. He's gone down since he got the endorsement. So I get a call from Joe McQuaid, and he goes to me, he's a stupid man. He goes, Donald, could you do me a favor? What? Chris Christie's not on the grown-up stage. They call it. He said he's on the children's stage. Could you do, meaning he didn't make the first stage. Could you do a tweet? Because I have between Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, I have like almost 12 million people. It's a lot. It's a lot of power. Could you tweet that Chris Christie should be on the big stage? I said, really? That's like hard to do. Well, I would really appreciate it. I said, oy. So, okay. So I tweeted, too bad Chris Christie's not on the stage. Would be nice if he was. People called me up and said, well, what's that all about? What do you care? I don't care. But he called me up, would you tweet? But by the way, when he did that, I figured he was going to endorse Christie. But, who knows, right? I was very nice. Look, honestly, I was nice to him all through. Then he calls up, he goes, would you do me a favor? Would you come up and have lunch with me? I want to play a round of golf with you at this club, whatever the hell his club is. I think so. Yes. He wants to play a round of golf. He's got friends that want to play with. I said, Joe, I'm not Obama. I don't have time. I don't have time. It's true. No, it's true. I can't do it. I can't do it. And it's so true. By the way, he's a bad guy. He's a liar. He's a bad guy. So he goes, well, it's really important. Well, how about coming up for lunch? And, speaking of Obama, he keeps talking about the environmental problems. And yet, for Christmas, he took an old 747. He talks about the carbon footprint. We don't want carbon, the carbon footprint. Does anybody believe in the carbon footprint? But let's assume, if it is true, he takes an old 747 named Air Force One, flies it to Hawaii with his kids and his wife, which is fine, and flies it back. The carbon footprint, guess what? Not so good, right? Not so good. So this guy calls, he goes, I'd like to play a round of golf with you, and I'd like to have my friends join us. This is just what I want to do, play a round of golf with some guy I hardly even know him. But he's a very aggressive guy. He throws his weight around. So I said, listen, Joe, I can't. He calls me again, calls my secretary. I'll get him to, okay. So I work out a lunch. I go up to this place, which is very nice. And he had a lot of people there. I'm shaking hands, taking pictures. They were really nice people. Everybody was nice. I'm standing there shaking hands, taking pictures, shaking hands. You know what I got out of it? One hamburger, a hamburger. That's what I got. I left, but I did it because, I figure he's the editor of a newspaper. I might be nice to him. You always like to be nice to him, right? But think of it. Now, just the whole thing is so incredible. So I don't do the forum. I help him with speeches. I make speeches. I do the Christie Twitter. I do the stuff. He wants ads. He wants everything. And then he endorses Christie. I say, that's okay. But then he just attacks me all the time and writes the most, he's a psycho. He writes the most, and I said to myself, I don't care if he picks me or not, because the paper, it's down to nothing. It's down to the circulation is down the tubes. He's destroyed the paper. By the way, read the Wall Street Journal from 2 weeks ago. He's destroyed the paper. They say he has destroyed the paper. It all started when he got there. He now has his printing room is, I think, a kindergarten, right? It's right. They rented it out to a kindergarten. So the guy is a bad guy, but he writes these editorials about me. And he makes up quotes. He puts a quote where I'm saying, look at these yokels. I don't even know what the word yokel is. Look at these yokels. And he puts it in quotes. I never said yokels. I want to see, is there a lawyer in the house? Why don't we sue this dope? Huh? You want to sue him for me? Will you give me a good deal? Huh? No, but you want to, I'd sue him. It's so dishonest. But he writes editorials, and he puts them on the front page. And I say this. See, here's the beauty of me. When we have a dirty dog like that who's no good, who's a failure, he's a failure. His paper will be closed within the next year or two, okay? Now, when we have a dirty dog like that, at least I have a microphone where I can speak back. And I say to myself, it's so negative. I hate to be doing it. But here's a guy who's truly a dishonest guy. Here's a guy who's a bad guy. I have so much correspondence where he's asking for ads and all this stuff, you got to go back, check out my tweets. Look at the Christie tweet. It was so crazy. It was crazy. I'm saying, why am I doing this? I'm doing it for the guy. He's going, please do it. Please do it. He should be on the main stage. I said, but McQuaid, he doesn't qualify for the main stage. But he should be there anyway. The guy's a loser. Okay, so check it out. Your paper guy is bad. He's a bad guy. And it's always good to have a real paper in town, not a paper that wants ads. Probably if I would have given him ads, I would have gotten the endorsement. Who the hell knows? Probably I would have. Maybe if I did the debate, I would have gotten. Why wouldn't you give me the endorsement? who's better than me? And I'm going to win we're going to win. So I love to bring it out. I love to bring it. That's one of the things I like about Twitter. I'm able to go do in, a few words. If somebody hits me, I can hit them back. In the old days, I couldn't do it. When you have 12 million people between Twitter and Facebook, that's like owning the New York Times without the losses, You just go bing, bing, they hit you. You go bing, 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 bing. All of a sudden, they're devastated. They're calling up. So anyway, watch that guy because he's a very dishonest person, and you're probably not going to be able to watch him much longer. He'll probably have to move out of town. So when I did what I did, I said, borders, we have to watch. We have to watch all these different things. But after Paris, it changed. And CNN, who's back there right now with that beautiful camera, that big, beautiful, expensive one that costs about $200,000 for a thing. They're getting smaller and more expensive. Do you ever notice? The technology is unbelievable. They can press a button, it gets sent to the studio. It's like the most incredible. That's why you can't make any mistakes, because you'll be on television before you walk off the platform. It's crazy. But CNN does a poll, and the poll comes out, who's best on ISIS? Trump. Who's, by far, I don't mean by a little bit. I mean, Trump has like 58%. And that's when you had, at that time, 15, 16 people. Who's best on the border? Trump. Who's best on the economy? Who's best on life? Who's got the best personality? No, not Trump. That way. These are my people. These are my people. That's funny. That's actually quite funny. We could go on like that all day. Actually, one of the things they had me is I have the most loyal people. I have the most loyal people. They do say that. They do say that. And I made a joke last week. I said I could do something in the middle of Fifth Avenue. Do you remember? And the press said, oh, what and my people would never leave. No, I'm laughing. They're laughing. We had a huge audience. And they're laughing. I'm laughing. I said I could do X. Nothing wrong with it. Next day, oh, Trump says it's shooting. These people are the worst. Are the worst. And basically what I say is we have the most loyal people. And the polls have said that. That, in fact, you ever notice where they say, who's going to stick no matter what? Trump, 69%. Other guys, like 9%. So when they go, I mean, I have people. These are my people. And by the way, the 69, then who's probably going to stick? I'm into the 90s, okay? In other words, I don't even think I have to campaign anymore. Why am I even wasting my time? I don't have to campaign. I can leave here right now. They're going to vote for me. Anyway, no, I love my people. I mean, I love my people. There's an honesty. But you know what it is? They want to see our country be great again. It's very simple. These are incredible people. These people are incredible people. And it doesn't matter whether I'm in New Hampshire, whether I'm in Iowa, no matter where I go. Dallas, Texas, we had 21,000 people in the Mavericks Arena. Mobile, Alabama, doesn't matter. They're like people. You would love them. They would love you. It's a silent majority that I now call the noisy majority, right? It's a noisy because they're... And you remember a couple of weeks ago when Nikki Haley, who's a good woman, but she made a speech after the president's speech. President's speech wasn't so hot. And Nikki, in her speech, and I'm friendly with her, but I didn't like her speeches so much at the beginning because she said, angry that Donald Trump, he was usually referring to me, angry. And they hit me with it, and I was up on a stage doing something. They said, are you angry? And I said, actually, I am angry. It was during the debate, right? Now, if I was a politician, I'd say, oh, no, I'm not angry. Things are just wonderful. Okay? And remember the question right after she gave it. And there was a tremendous backlash against what she had said. It was a tremendous backlash. And by the end of the day, she said, no, Donald Trump has a right to be angry, and he's a friend of mine, he's a supporter of mine. It was a much different tone. And I'm not blaming her. I'm saying fine. But we have a right to be angry, folks. We have a right. We have $19 trillion. Our vets are being taken care of badly. We give this beautiful service. You want a license to an illegal immigrant? No problem. You want hospitalization? I mean, the whole thing is crazy. They have a town in California where the town council wants to be taken over by illegal immigrants. In other words, the whole town, they're going to have them running the town. Now, I don't know if it's going to happen, but it was on the other day. Illegal immigrants want to take over the city council. No citizens. This is what we're getting to. This is where we're coming. And nobody wants to fight them because it's not politically correct, okay? Okay? Nobody wants to fight them. No, but think of it. Nobody wants to fight them. So we're going to put our country back on track, okay? We're going to put it back. And in a nutshell, and I'll tell you what. I saw one of these guys that I'm running against the other day. They said, we think we can balance the budget within 25 years. I said, 25 years? You've been seeing that, where they're coming in with these balancing budgets, 25 years, 24 years, 21 years. I mean, you get great guys to run your agencies, right? You say, see if you can cut them 4%, 5%. Instead of going up 8% every year, 6%, 4%, 10%, cut them. but you need the right people. The problem is in the agencies, with everything, we have political hacks. We have guys that gave money and contributions to the Jebs of the world, to Ted Cruz, who's totally controlled by the oil industry, to these people that are running for office, and they get the jobs, and they're no good at it. They're no good. And then when we have to negotiate with China, instead of using Carl Icahn, who's a billionaire many times over, who doesn't want 10 cents, he would love to do it. It's sport. Number one, he loves the country. Number two, it's sport. He would love to straighten out the problem with China. We have a $500 billion trade deficit with China, okay? I want Carl Icahn or one of our great business people to do it. I know them all. And we're going to have, with Japan, with China, we're going to have our best people negotiating, folks, okay? And we're going to get it down to what it should be. You know, if you look, and I say this, and it's rough, but I get along great with China and the Chinese people. I've made great deals with them. I have the biggest bank in the world. There's a tenant of mine in Manhattan in one of my buildings, one of the biggest bank in the world. And I sell condos to the Chinese. With Mexico, I have a great relationship. The problem is, and I employ thousands and thousands of Hispanics, and they're fantastic. The problem is their leaders are too smart for our leaders. I mean, there's a story in the Wall Street Journal yesterday about Mexico. I don't know if anybody saw it, about the tremendous corruption and all the problems. And all the things I say, they're all right. I was right. I was way ahead of schedule. But the leaders are too smart for our leaders, and they're too cunning for our leaders. They're cunning, they're smart, they're sharp. They don't want to house somebody in prison for 30 years when the United States will do it, even though they send them over the border and they kill people before you get them. And then we have to take care of them for 40 years, for the rest of their lives. Or you have the anchor babies. I was right about the anchor babies. A woman's pregnant. She steps across the border. She has a baby. Congratulations, we take care of that baby for 90 years or however long the baby lives. It doesn't work that way. Let me tell you, I was right about it. Remember, everyone said, well, if you're born here, automatically you're a citizen. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't say that. And they have said for years, if I didn't bring it up, it was standard routine law for people to say, if you're born on our soil, that baby is yours. So a woman from someplace in South America is here. She's not legal for our country. She steps across, has the baby here, the baby's ours. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. And by the way, try pulling that stunt. Try pulling that stunt in Mexico or any of the countries in South America. They'd laugh you right the hell out of the country, okay? They'll laugh you right. He says they'll shoot you. But they'll laugh you right the hell out of the country. So what happened is all of a sudden people said, can you imagine Donald Trump said that baby is not a U.S. citizen. Now, Ted Cruz may not be a U.S. citizen, right? But he's an anchor baby. No, he's an anchor baby. Ted Cruz is an anchor baby in Canada. But Canada doesn't accept anchor babies. They just waited a long time. Okay. But look, it is a problem for him, by the way. I think that's one of the reasons he's crashing. I think that's one of the reasons he's a nervous wreck, too. He's figuring, what the hell happened? Remember when I first brought that up? Everybody said, oh, that doesn't mean anything. That was about a week ago. Now they're saying, I think his career is over, right? No, he can continue to be a U.S. senator. How about this? He's a citizen of Canada, and he was a senator from Texas, and he's a citizen of Canada, joint with the U.S. How the hell does that work? But he said he didn't know he was a citizen of Canada. And he didn't know about Goldman Sachs loaning him money. And he didn't know about Citibank loaning him money. Other than that, he's got a very good memory, okay? Oh, these politicians. What are we going to do with these politicians? It's not going to be that way with me. And one of the things, and I have to say, because they love it in New Hampshire, it's true, politicians, all talk, no action. They're never going to get you there, folks, I can tell you. I know them all. I know them all. I know them all. One of the things that to me, so important, I'm self-funding, right? I'm self-funding my campaign. I'm putting up my own money. When I take a plane up here, I'm paying for it. When I drive over here, I'm paying for it. When I turned down, in fact, one of the guys that gave $1 million last night, thank you very much. I don't know what the hell he said, but it sounds good. He didn't sound like a protester. I love the protest. You know, I like the protesters because they always show how many people are in a room. That's why I like, because the cameras otherwise will never show. So I always love protesters, especially when they're up in the outer banks of a stadium and they have to show. They hate to show those protesters. They like them right around here. But we're self-funding. I'm self-funding my campaign. And one of the guys last night got up. He gave $1 million to the vets. A very rich guy, great guy from Las Vegas, Phil. And he said, I gave millions of dollars to Donald Trump to run, and he sent it right back to me. He said, I don't want your money. He said, I never had that before. Phil saying, that never happened before. But Hillary's got a lot of banking money, and all these guys, everyone other than me, they're all taking all of this vast amount of money and from people, and they have control. I mean, that's why Ted Cruz didn't want people to say that he's got on his financial disclosure form, he didn't want to put Goldman Sachs down. He didn't want to put Citibank down because he wants to have you think he's Robin Hood. You know, he's going to save you from the banks, but unfortunately, the banks have him. Goldman Sachs will call, Ted, this is what we want this week. Make sure you get it. Remember that loan you got, Ted? So, you know, I mean, that's the way it works. I mean, look, not that way. I'm having fun. But pretty close. But I'm self-funding. I tell the story. You know, Ford, I love the Ford plant because it's the ultimate, where they're building a $2.5 billion plant in Mexico. And I wouldn't want that to happen. And then they're going to make cars, they're going to put them into this country, totally no tax, no nothing. And I would tell the guys at Ford, build it in Michigan. Okay, build it in Michigan, maybe New Hampshire, but, you know, let's have Michigan, you know. Yeah, we'll get you plenty of other things, okay? Let's build it in this country. Do we agree? Okay, who the hell cares? We'll get you plenty. We're going to get you plenty. Hey, by the way, New Hampshire, New England, you guys got screwed. I mean, you lost so many businesses. I mean, you look at those businesses. And, you know, it's wonderful to say after 20 years you've converted them to senior citizen housing and stuff, you know. But honestly, that's not where the money is, and that's not – you need jobs. You need jobs, not service stuff. You need jobs. And we got to take it back, and we're going to take it back. We're going to take it back. But I would have said, you got to build it here, you got to build it here. And they would say no, and I would say, well, then we're going to charge you a tax, and every time you drive a car over that border, you're going to pay a big tax. If you're not going to build here, you're going to pay a big tax because it doesn't do us any good to let them build this massive plant in Mexico, close plants here, take jobs. New England and New Hampshire knows it better than anybody because of what you've been through. I mean, you were decimated, almost, I would say, more than any place else. NAFTA, okay, real beauty. Okay, it's a good idea. Guy's got a hell of a voice. But we are going to change that around. We're going to bring jobs back in. We're going to create jobs. When the college kids who are just choking, one of the questions I get more than any, they say, Mr. Trump, I borrowed money. I'm in college. I can't get a job. I'm going to graduate. I can't get a job. Number one, the colleges are charging too much because what happened is they're getting money. I'm telling you, if you look at college costs, the way they're going up, it's a lot of nonsense. What's happening is the kids are conduits, so the college sees a kid, the colleges get whatever they want. They loan the kids more money from the government, so the college gets government money. The kids are choking, and the cost of colleges are going up far, far, far too much. And we got to do something about it. It's not fair to the kids. We're going to do something about that. That's a real problem because they don't care. But here's the story. The kids get out, they don't have a job. I'm going to bring jobs back from China, from Japan, from Mexico. We're going to bring our jobs back, folks. We're going to bring back, and when you say repeal NAFTA, don't kid yourself. You're going to see a lot of things repealed. You're going to see plenty of things repealed. But we're going to bring our jobs back because we're like the stupid people. We're led by stupid people. We're led by incompetent people. We're led by people that have no business instinct, and in a certain way, they have no heart. Because they're hurting people. They're hurting people. We're losing our jobs. China is the greatest theft in the history of the world, what they've done to this country. We have rebuilt, single-handedly, we have rebuilt China. They've taken our jobs, they've taken our base, they've taken our money, and I love China. They get along great with me. I told you I have all these people. I do business with China. They agree with me. They can't agree. But what I'm angry at isn't China. And I'm not angry at their officials if they can get away with it. I'm angry at our officials for letting them get away with it. China orders Boeings, right? China orders Boeings. But now they want Boeing to build the plants over there. They don't want it made in Seattle. They don't want it made in South Carolina. They want the plants built in China. Okay? What the hell are they doing? Now China's going to have the biggest plants in the world. All of a sudden, Boeing's going to be a Chinese company like everything else. I want Apple to start building their computers here, okay? What the hell good does it do? If they're building them in China, how is that really helping us, folks, okay? How is it really helping? And the one thing I've learned, I've seen millions of people now. I have the biggest audiences by far, much bigger than Bernie Sanders, bigger than anybody. I will say he's second, but we're a long way ahead. I have the biggest audiences. One thing I'll say, we have unbelievable people. We have people that can really do this. I mean, I've never seen so many people and such great people and such smart people. So we can do it. So we're going to take back our jobs. We're going to strengthen our military. We're going to take care of our vets. We're going to get rid of Obamacare and replace it with something so much better. So much better. We're going to have that border, and it's going to be a real border. We're going to build a wall, and Mexico's going to pay for the wall as sure as you're sitting there. They're going to pay for the wall. They're making so much money. These politicians don't understand. They say, well, how are you going to get Mexico to pay for the wall? They're laughing at me when I say it. A lot of people have laughed at me over the years. Now they're not laughing so much, I'll tell you. They're going to take care, and we're going to do that, and it's going to be beautiful. Look at these people. They love Trump. Do you love Trump? Okay. And, folks, here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. First of all, I really appreciate you being out here. If I would have stood you up, you should have voted against me. But here's the story. You got to get out on the 9th, and you got to vote for Trump. If you're not going to vote for Trump, don't vote. The hell with that stuff. But you got to get out and vote. We've got to have a great victory. And here's the story. We're going to win so much again. We're going to win all the time. We don't win anymore. We haven't won in years. You look at the Iran deal. You looked at the Sergeant Bergdahl deal. You've got to get out and vote. We are going to win so much. You're going to be so proud of yourselves. I love you. I am so glad I made this ridiculous trip. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We love you. Go out and vote February 9th. Thank you.
There's a fire starting in my heart.
All right, and that was Donald Trump you saw there in New Hampshire, stressing that he's had no sleep, pretty aggressive towards those other candidates. And we've heard a lot of these stories before, talking about the people that turn on him when they want money, and how he has given them so much, and then they kind of turn on him and go and endorse somebody like Chris Christie. I'm going to take you now to Marco Rubio, who's live. I don't want you to miss a moment. So this is Marco Rubio's campaign event happening at the same time as Donald Trump's.
Who you are, and we don't know why you're coming, you are not getting into the United States of America. Number two, before we do anything else, we are going to enforce our immigration laws and secure our border. As a son of immigrants, securing our borders, I can tell you, is not anti-immigrant. It is what sovereign countries do. And when I'm president, we will. And here's how. Instead of hiring 20,000 new IRS agents, we are going to hire 20,000 new border agents. We are going to complete the 700 miles of fencing and walls that we know that we need. We're going to have a mandatory e-verify system so people can't get hired if they're here illegally. And we're going to have a biometric entry-exit tracking system to prevent people from overstaying visas, because 40% of the people in this country illegally overstay visas. And only after that is in place, and only after that is working, will we be able to do anything else, and it will not be amnesty. There will be no amnesty when I'm president. Sanctuary cities are going to lose their federal funding. Dangerous criminals are going to be deported. The most important thing a president does is be the commander-in-chief. It's the most important job of the federal government, by the way. And the world today is more dangerous than it was 7 years ago. And America's less safe. Because they're gutting our military. We are on the verge of having the smallest army since the end of World War II. We are on the verge of having the smallest Navy in 100 years. And we are on the verge of having the smallest Air Force and the oldest airplanes we have ever had in the history of our country. To me, it's truly amazing that there are people running for president in the party of Reagan who have voted for budgets that brag about spending even less, who have voted for budgets that brag about cutting defense spending. And so maybe that's a big difference in this campaign. I believe that it is. And here's why. Because when I'm President of the United States, we're not cutting our military. We are rebuilding our military because the world is a safer and a better place when America is the strongest military in the world. When I'm president, we are going to have a real war on ISIS and a real war on radical apocalyptic jihadists. And that means the best intelligence agencies in the world are going to tell us where these killers are. And the best military in the world is going to destroy them. And if we happen to capture any of these people alive, they're not getting a lawyer, they're not going to be told they have a right to remain silent, they're getting a one-way ticket to Guantanamo, and we're going to find out everything they know. And we will take care of our veterans when I'm president. If you are a veteran, you're here today, I want to thank you for your service to America. We all want to thank you for your service to America. There are good people at the VA. And then there are people that are not doing their job. When I'm president, those people get fired. And when I'm president, veterans will be able to take their VA benefit to any hospital or any doctor that they want. There are so many other issues we could talk about, and we're going to take your questions and we can get into those. And there's a lot of work to be done. Because after 7 years of Barack Obama, America is a great nation in decline. And we must now choose whether we are going to remain on this road or whether we're going to choose to fully embrace the opportunities before this country. This is an incredibly consequential election. I cannot imagine waking up to the news on the first Wednesday of November that Hillary Clinton has been elected President of the United States. What does that mean? Why are we upset about it? Is it because we're Republicans and she's a Democrat? Not just that. Hillary Clinton the other day here in Iowa, you know what she said about 48 hours ago? Someone suggested that Barack Obama should be appointed to the Supreme Court. She said, what a great idea. Can you imagine? Barack Obama, who has habitually violated the Constitution, now interpreting it and applying it on the Supreme Court? And even if he turns it down, if these are the kinds of people she has in mind for the Supreme Court, we're in a lot of trouble if she wins. Because the next president might appoint up to 3 people, maybe 4. We cannot afford that. Our Constitution cannot survive that. Hillary Clinton cannot be commander-in-chief. She stored highly classified information on her private server, exposing it to foreign intelligence agencies. You know why she really can't be commander-in-chief? Because anyone who lies to the families of people who died in the service of our country is disqualified from being commander-in-chief. And Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders is a socialist. Bernie, by the way, I mean, I'm not smearing him. He says he's a socialist. So I'm just telling you what he says. And, you know, I said last night, and it's true, I think Bernie's actually a pretty good candidate for president of Sweden. I have nothing against Sweden, but I want to be America. I'm asking you for your vote because if you nominate me, I win. I beat them, and they know it. This is why they spend so much time attacking me. This is why all the people around Hillary Clinton tell anyone who will listen, we don't want to run against Marco Rubio. Hillary Clinton does not want to run against me, but I cannot wait to run against her. When I'm our party's nominee, we will win, and we will turn this country around. But first, I need your help. This election cannot be more important than it is right now, truly. It is the most consequential, generational choice we have had in this country in a century. For me, this election is deeply personal. America is not just the country I was born in. America is the country that changed the history of my family. When my parents came here in 1956, they had no money, not much of an education. They barely spoke English. They didn't know anyone except a few relatives that were already here. My father had it particularly tough. He was 9 years old when his mother died, and he had to go work and leave school. He never went back to school, and he would work for the next 70 years of his life. Life was not easy their first years here. They struggled. It was hard for them, but they persevered. They never became rich or famous people. But let me tell you how amazing this country is. Less than a decade after my parents came here with no education, limited English, and no money, my parents owned a home. Not a mansion, but a home. in a safe and stable neighborhood. Years later, they would be able to retire with dignity and with security. And the most important thing my parents achieved is that they lived to see all 4 of their children have a better life than their own. Now, that's a great testament to them because they sacrificed and they worked hard. But it's an even greater testament to America. Because my story is our story. Who among us is not but a generation or 2 removed from something just like that? And that's been possible because America is an exceptional country. And we were not exceptional by accident. It is because each generation before us did their part. For over 2 centuries, each generation in American history rose up and confronted the challenges and embraced the opportunities of their time. Your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, they didn't have it easy either. But they confronted their challenges. Now it's our turn. Now the time has come for this generation to choose what kind of country do you want America to be in the 21st century. And we can either be greater than we've ever been, or we will be the first Americans that lose the American dream. And I want no part of that outcome. And so that's why I ask you for your vote on Monday night. That's why I ask you to go in and caucus for me. Because if I'm nominated, I will win. And when I win, this generation will choose greatness. We will embrace our opportunities by applying our principles to the unique challenges of our time. And if we do this, then here's what history will say about this generation. If we do what needs to be done, here is what they will write about us. They will say that like we lived in the early years of this new century in a very uncertain and difficult time. But like all the Americans that came before us, we rose up to the challenges of our time. And because we did, the American dream didn't just survive. It reached more people. It changed more lives than ever before. Because we did, there was still at least one place on earth where who you come from and where you come from did not determine where you wound up in life. Because we did what we needed to do, the 21st century wasn't just as good as the 20th century, it was better. It was a new American century. This is what we can do together, and that's why I'm asking you to caucus for me Monday night, and that's why I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I cannot see you. All right, here we go. So this bearded gentleman here, that beard keeps getting longer. It's our victory beard. It's our playoff beard, yeah? Where's the other mic? And this gentleman here. Did you shave today? Let me see. All right. So now you got real contrast here. If you'll find them so everyone can hear your question, don't forget the people in the front, too. There's this gentleman right there.
Hello. In about sometime next week, the nation's going to forget about Iowa. But do you like corn? And what's your plan for oil independence?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'm not going to forget about Iowa because we're going to come back in September and we're going to win it in a general election, too. First of all, not only do I like corn, I like agriculture. I want to take, agriculture doesn't get a lot of coverage. I know it gets a little bit now, the caucuses, and everybody moves on. No one talks about it because it's not a high-profile industry in the press, right? It's not a because, the press, I'm not beating up on the press, but I'm just saying the press is headquartered in New York and in L.A. There's not a lot of farms in New York City. And so, but the American farmer feeds the world. The American farmer doesn't just feed our people, it feeds the world. If you don't eat, you can't work. If you don't eat, you can't build. If you don't eat, you can't field an army and you can't protect your nation. So we are blessed in this country, not just to have fertile land that God has blessed this nation with. I mean, think about this for a moment. What God has blessed this country with, the most fertile agricultural land and the most diverse land on the planet. And it not just feeds the American people, it feeds the world. And so people don't know, a lot of people don't realize about Florida. Florida is a big agriculture state. Everybody thinks it's just Disney World and beaches. Tourism is probably our #1 industry, but agriculture is right behind it. And I know the struggles agriculture faces in general because we face incredible and unfair competition from around the world. In addition to feeding our people through biofuels, we are now able to produce alternatives to traditional methods of fueling our economy, not just fueling our people. And I'm a big supporter of that. I want America to have the most diverse portfolio of energy on the planet, which means I want us to fully utilize the oil and the natural gas that we've been blessed with, but But I also want us to lead the world in solar, in wind, in biofuels, in renewables, and in energy efficiency. And I don't think these things are in conflict. They don't need to be. And the market will determine which direction to go. And that's why under my tax plan, every single industry will be treated exactly the same, including energy industries. They will all pay the same flat tax rate of 25%, and they will all be able to fully expense every penny they invest in their business. Every penny. Right now, that's only reserved for businesses that have been able to carve out a loophole or an exception in the law, and that includes some traditional energy sectors. When I'm President of the United States, my tax plan treats everyone in an even playing field. And in that competition, I believe America should choose to have the most diverse energy portfolio possible, and that most certainly includes biofuels.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to respectfully ask you to please contrast your qualifications as a first-term senator against those of Barack Obama, who was elected at such a short resume type thing. Could you tell us more about your background and how you are more qualified as a first-term senator than he was? And I wish you well.
Thank you very much. Well, first let me just say that Barack Obama, in my opinion, has not failed as president because he was a first-term senator, because he now has 7 years of presidential experience, and he's worse today than he was in his first year. So if it was experience, he would have gotten better. Today he has more presidential experience than anyone alive except 3 people, and soon he'll tie them. So Barack Obama now has over 7 years of presidential experience, and he's still bad. He's a failure because his ideas don't work. He is a big government liberal, and those ideas just don't work. Now, my background is different from his. For starters, not only have I served in the U.S. Senate, I've actually achieved things there. For example, just a month and a half ago, Hezbollah had new sanctions imposed on them from the United States. I got that done, in a bipartisan way, by the way. I already talked about the fact that in the time that I've been there, I was the one that led the effort, and we got rid of the Obamacare repeal. I've talked about other things we've achieved. The Girls Count Act, which is a bipartisan law as well, which says that foreign aid can only go to countries that take best efforts to ensure that all their children have birth certificates. And I'll tell you why that's important. Because in many countries around the world, little girls don't get birth certificates. You know what happens to a child that isn't registered? They become prime targets for human trafficking. And you have little girls being trafficked all over the world as slaves. It's horrifying. So I'm proud of I was the one that brought accountability to the VA. I passed the law, even when the Democrats are in charge, that allowed them to fire any senior executive at the VA that isn't doing a good job. These are real achievements. They don't get a lot of press coverage, but they happened. And they're all bipartisan for the most part, except for the Obamacare bailout fund. We had to fight them on that, obviously. Before that, I was a private citizen, and before that, I was the Speaker of the Florida House, which is the 3rd largest state in the nation, and I'm proud of the work we did there. For example, in my time in the Florida legislature, I passed model legislation in both our Constitution and in the law that protected us against domain abuses. There had been a Supreme Court ruling that said the government can take your land and give it to a private developer because they think the private developer is going to do a better job with it than you're doing. That can't happen in Florida because of the law we passed. In Florida, despite deep economic downturn, not once but twice, we balanced the state budget without raising a penny in taxes. That's I believe, one of the things I'm proudest of. And I would just say, though, at the end of the day, my proudest achievements will never be the things I did in government service. I think the most important contribution I'll ever have, that any of us will ever have, is in our own lives, in our homes. I'm more influential in my home than anywhere else on this planet. The most important job I will ever have is to be the job of a father and a husband. And I'm very proud of that as well. And I would actually say this, in fairness. I think from everything I know, President Obama is a really good husband and a really good father. He's just a really bad president. And that's why in 2016 we're going to find a new one. We'll get a mic back here too. I can't... Yes. Yes, sir.
Mr. Rubio, I want to express I truly appreciate your confession of faith in Jesus Christ. There's some of us that would like to know if you are a biblical student of prophecy, and how do you feel about chip implantation?
About what now? I'm sorry?
Chip implantation.
Chip implantation. Well, I'm not an expert on that, to be honest with you. I've never been asked about it, and I'm not sure exactly what it is you're referring to. I'd be more than happy to talk to you about that further. I have a sense that perhaps you're talking about how some interpret that in conjunction with the book of Revelations and prophecy. And the truth be told, I know that there's people out there that believe that in fact is a part of that, but I'm not someone that's read about that extensively. As far as biblical, I wouldn't consider myself to be a biblical expert. The truth is about the Bible, it's an amazing book. No matter how many times you read it, there's always something new you didn't notice. And to me, that's incredibly startling that the most read book in the world, the most widely distributed document on the planet, and no matter how many times you read it, there's always something new that you didn't realize. It's like, my goodness, I didn't even realize that was in there. Here's what I can say about what I believe, okay? And obviously everyone's free to believe whatever they want. Here's what I know for a fact. Not just do I believe, but I believe for a fact. I believe that Jesus Christ was God made man. He came to earth and died for our sins because our sins could not be erased any other way. They were under the law, our sins were covered, but they were not erased. Jesus was able to erase because he was the perfect paschal lamb. And he was unblemished lamb. He died for our sins. And it's a free gift that we accept, and it allows us to live in eternity with our Creator. He didn't just die for our sins. He conquered death. He was resurrected. I always laugh. People make fun of different ideas we have and things we say. I believe that a man died and came back from the dead 3 days later. If you don't, that's the core teaching of Christianity, that he conquered death and resurrected. And by defeating death, he created a path for us all to defeat death. I believe that Jesus will come again in glory. He's going to judge the living and the dead, and his kingdom will have no end. I believe that there'll be a new heaven and a new earth, that all the stain of sin when it entered the world will be erased, and they will all live in perfect unity. All of us who have accepted salvation will live in perfect unity and communion with our Creator, that we'll know God face to face, which is extraordinary because God created us. He knows more about us than we'll ever know about ourselves. He's got a plan for every single one of us. This is why I'm so deeply pro-life. For me, it's not a political issue. I don't mean to pass judgment on anyone. And I don't mean to say it's an easy issue. I know it's a tough issue. I really do. But I'm pro-life because I believe that every single human being was created by God for a purpose. That He loves everyone. You'll never meet a person God didn't love. And so that's what I look forward to. And when you have that perspective, yes, I'm very interested in the turnout on Monday. I'm very interested in how that election's going to go. I want to win. Once again, I'm asking you for your vote on Monday night in the caucuses. But ultimately, what I hope is the biggest influence on my life is not whether I win the Iowa caucuses or whether I become President of the United States. My biggest goal ultimately is that one day, when this new heaven and new earth comes about, I will be able to live in communion with my Creator and know Him face to face, which is the way it was supposed to be from the beginning.
Sir, this is the second to last question.
Senator Rubio, welcome to Burlington, Iowa.
Thank you.
I admire you for your biblical foundation, and I share your belief.
Thank you.
My question is based on the fact that I believe that the deficit is the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and I didn't hear much said about it at the debate last night. As president, do you think you can get Congress to negotiate a reduction, the size of the reduction in the budget, rather than negotiating the size of an increase in the budget every year? Thank you.
Right. Well, one of the things I'm really looking forward to in the new heaven and new earth is that there will be no federal debt. But in the meantime, we're going to have to deal with it. And our debt is being driven almost exclusively now from this point forward by Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and the interest on the debt. So let me share with you something that is not widely known. There are a lot of people on Social Security and Medicare in Florida. A lot of people don't know that, right? My mother's one of them. So I start from this premise. I am against any changes to Social Security or Medicare that are bad for my mother. And I think that's a pretty good place to start from. Anything that's bad for my mom. Now, here's the good news. We don't have to change our Medicare or Social Security other than to make it better. But we don't have to do anything about that in terms of making it bad if we act now. We have a chance to save Social Security and Medicare for future generations and bring our debt under control and not have to disrupt the Social Security and Medicare of the people that are on it and have earned it. Okay, this is not a favor we're doing to people. All these years you've worked, they took money out of your paycheck. And they did, it was a contract. We take money out of your paycheck. When you retire, you get money back. So we're not doing you a favor. This is your money. But it's structured in a way that runs out of money. Because they lied to you for 30 years. They were robbing it and taking money out. They designed it when there were 16 people paying in for every person that was receiving payments. Now it's down to 3 to 1. It may get down as low as 2 to 1. So we got a problem long term. And that means that my generation, okay, I'm 44, I'll be 45 in May, but I feel 46. And somebody told me last night, by the time you're done, you'll feel 56. And I say, yeah, but 56 is the new 46. So, but the point is that my generation and my children, our Medicare and Social Security is going to look different. And by the way, that is true no matter what happens. It either won't exist or it'll work differently. And that's when people say, well, what do you mean by work differently? Let me describe to you what it'll mean for me. Right now, under current law, I have to retire I retire at 67. I may have to retire at 68. If I've made a lot of money, my Social Security benefits are not going to grow as fast as they grow for someone who didn't make as much money. And my Medicare benefit could very well be the option of taking my Medicare money and using it to buy a private plan that I like better. I don't think those are unreasonable modifications for someone who's 25 years away from retirement, or in the case of my children, 50 years away from retirement, in exchange for bringing the long-term debt under control and not having to disrupt it for people that are on it now or are about to retire in the next 10 years. In essence, for people that don't have a lot of time to plan. And if you can do that and combine it with robust and sustained economic growth, which I know this country's capable of, if we only get government off the private sector's back, we bring our debt under control. If we do nothing, we have a debt crisis. Guaranteed. No one can tell you when it's going to happen. It could be in 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, but it happens. And an American debt crisis is unlike any other debt crisis in the history of mankind. It is not a Greek debt crisis, nice country, but not a big, significant global player. It would be a debt crisis in the most powerful country and the most important economy on the planet. It would be catastrophic. It is the most predictable crisis in American history. And what is happening now is immoral. You have a generation of leaders that are basically saying, let tomorrow worry about tomorrow. We're not going to do anything about this because it could cost us the next election. It could cost us some votes. Well, we're running out of time. When I'm president, we will deal with it. We will make this a priority because this is an issue that's so big that it cannot be dealt with without presidential leadership. And lest people think that I just started talking about this campaign, you know when I first started talking about this? In 2009, when I ran for the Senate in Florida. And I'll never forget, when I first raised this, all the political experts were saying, oh, he's finished. You can't talk about changing Social Security and Medicare in Florida. Yes, you can. This country knows what we're facing. We're not going to change it for the people that are on it now or are about to retire, and we don't have to. But people in my generation understand that this program is going to have to work different. And they understand that we've got 20 or 25 years to plan for it. And they understand that they are about to inherit trillions of dollars in unfunded debt. And that no generation has ever done that to the next in the history of this country. When I'm president, we will deal with this issue once and for all, because it's not just an issue facing our country. It's an issue facing me, and it's an issue facing my children. And there is no way that I am going to leave my children $30, $40, $50 trillion in debt and no way to pay for it. We're dealing with it when I'm president.
On your right. This will be the last question.
Yes.
Okay, 2 things. First, my mom couldn't make it today, so she wanted her holiday card signed by you, if possible.
Good. Let's do it right now so we don't forget.
They're social studies themed because I'm a social studies teacher, so it's about the caucus. The back is the best.
It's time to get your caucus on. Do you want me to read the other part on the bottom?
It's up to you. I do like the part that says, Marco, your calendar for February 1st.
See, so Marco your calendar for February 1st and go rock your caucus. Remember, friends don't...
Vote.
Friends don't let friends vote for Trump.
Thank you. She will appreciate that.
So much wisdom. Yeah.
Well, that's because I am a middle school teacher actually up in Ankeny. And my next question has to deal with what we've talked a lot about in class. We've looked a lot about what's going on in Syria and Iraq. And our big issue that we're dealing with or talking about is what do we do about the migrants or the immigrants that are leaving Syria and they're flooding these towns in Turkey, Jordan, Germany, and they can't handle the burden. What is the United States going to do to help this?
Well, first let me tell you why we care about it. Now, obviously, we care about it as people because this is the largest migratory crisis since World War II. So it's destabilizing. Apart from the moral aspect of it, it's heartbreaking. We all saw the iconic image of that child that had drowned. It was heartbreaking. We're a compassionate people. When people talk about, keep religion out of politics. Well, in America, we don't, because our faith influences us to care for people. And that's why it broke our heart to see that image. It's an incredible tragedy. Why is it happening? There's two reasons why it's happening. One is ISIS. The other is Assad. Assad is barrel bombing Sunnis. So when you blow up towns and you're killing innocent people and children and you're gassing them, people react in one of three ways. They die, they leave, or they fight you. So he's the cause of this, and so is ISIS. And so both of those are going to have to be dealt with. Now, first of all, while our heart breaks about the story, we also understand this. ISIS is the most sophisticated jihadist group in the history of the world. They are, just 48 hours ago, you may have seen press reports, that ISIS now has a passport factory. They are basically making fake passports. And so this concerns us deeply, because the only reason to make fake passports is to get people into other countries who aren't really what the passport says they are. And we know that ISIS is trying to use the migratory crisis to insert killers into Europe. So the next logical thing is they'd try to use it to get it into the United States. And here's why that's problematic. Let's say we admitted 10,000 refugees, and 9,999 of them were good people just looking to get out of violence, and one of them was an ISIS killer. You have a problem. You got to be 100% correct, and no one can guarantee you that we can be 100% correct. And that's why I don't believe it's going to be very difficult for us to accommodate 10,000 Syrian refugees, because you just don't know who they are. No matter how often you vet them, we just don't have anything to vet them against. Here's a better solution. The better solution in the short term is to actually find a place for them to go that doesn't require them to make a 2,000-mile journey. In essence, help establish, along with our allies in the region, like Turkey and Egypt and Saudi Arabia and Jordan, a safe zone in Iraq, in Syria, where these people can stay and be close enough to return to their home when the violence ends. And we can do this. In fact, I want to give credit. The Jordanians have taken in almost 1 million people. Saudi Arabia has taken in nobody. This is unacceptable. They're right in the region. Why should someone have to travel halfway across the world to America, or a quarter way around the world in this dangerous journey to Europe, when you have wealthy countries in the region who are culturally aligned with them, who have the ability and the resources to accommodate them? As president, we will create and find countries to take these people that are in the region so they don't have to leave. And so, by the way, they can go back to their towns when they're liberated. And this includes, by the way, ancient Christian communities that have been there for 15, 16, 1700 years, that are being driven out of places like Mosul. So we do have to create a place for them to stay so they don't have to make this journey. Ultimately, ISIS has to be defeated. ISIS does not go out of business on its own. This will not run its course, because ISIS is an apocalyptic group. Okay, what does this mean by apocalyptic? ISIS is a radical Sunni movement, and they are unique in the Sunni movement because they believe that they are going to trigger an apocalyptic Armageddon-style showdown in the city of Dabiq. D-A-B-I-Q, not Dubuque. I said that once, people got really freaked out. Not Dubuque, Dabiq. Dabiq is a city in Syria, and they believe that all this violence is going to lead to a final confrontation between the West, or basically everyone who's not like them, and themselves, and that they're going to win. And it's going to happen in the city of Dabiq. And then the Mahdi, M-A-H-D-I, which is their messianic figure, the 12th Imam, is going to emerge from hiding and govern the world under the global flag of their version of Islam. They believe this. Now, you may think this is silly and it's ridiculous and it's not going to... I'm not telling you that's what's going to happen. I'm telling you that's what they believe. So when someone believes that, when someone is driven, or when a group is driven by an apocalyptic vision of the future, they don't just decide to become stockbrokers. They don't just lay down their weapons. And there's no diplomatic solution to ISIS. They don't have an ambassador. They don't have embassies. They're not interested in a diplomatic solution. They are interested in conquering the world, whether it takes 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years. They believe that's their calling. They will have to be defeated. As long as ISIS is there, this migrant crisis will continue. So the best way to help these migrants in the short term is to find safe zones in the region that they can stay, and that they're safe from both Assad and from ISIS. But ultimately, we must defeat ISIS. How do you defeat ISIS? America will have to lead from the front. That doesn't mean we're sending 100,000 troops. I believe the only way to defeat ISIS is for Arab Sunnis themselves to defeat them on the ground. reject them ideologically, and defeat them militarily. That means a combined ground force made up of Jordanians, Egyptians, Saudis, Gulf kingdoms, but also Iraqis and Syrians willing to take up arms, fight these people, liberate Sunni cities, and drive them out and reject them ideologically. But they will need our help. We're going to have to put some special operators with them. We're going to have to increase the airstrikes, not these cosmetic airstrikes that Obama's now carrying out. We're going to have to share logistical support and intelligence support. We're going to have this coalition, but it won't happen if America doesn't lead. If we do nothing, ISIS continues to grow. All this attention about ISIS in Syria and Iraq is missing the point that ISIS today is now one of the dominant groups in Libya. That ISIS today has affiliates in over a dozen countries. That ISIS is now showing up in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in many countries in North Africa. We saw what they did in San Bernardino. You saw what they did in Paris. And so this is an incredible threat. And it will continue to grow unless it's confronted. And the sooner we confront it, the faster it's going to end. The longer we wait, the harder it's going to be to solve. And I think this is the only way to responsibly deal with this migrant crisis. And as long as Assad is in power and ISIS is in place, we're going to continue to see people like this unfortunately displaced. And it destabilizes Europe and potentially the United States. If we truly want to serve these people and help them stay in their own region of the world where they can be safe and eventually return to liberated cities, free from radical jihadists and free from criminals like Assad. So I thank you all for being here today. I know we didn't get to all of your questions. We have 2 more events today, and I'm going to stick around. I'm not leaving. I usually stay until I see everyone who wants to stay. And so I'll be up here somewhere to talk to you, shake your hand, take your pictures, sign your Christmas cards, especially if they're pro-Marco, right? But I want to thank you for coming, and I want to close by just asking you to caucus for me on Monday night. I know that many of you are still narrowed it down. I love it when people say, I've narrowed it down to 5. You know. Look, I know some of you have people that you really like. There are people in this race I really like. But this is no longer just about who we really like. This has to be also about who can win. Because we can't afford to lose. We cannot afford to lose. The sooner we can get a nominee that can unite this party, the better this nation and this country is going to be. We have got to defeat Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. If they win, if Hillary Clinton wins, here's the consequences. And I already talked about the Supreme Court. If Hillary Clinton wins, Obamacare becomes permanent. Those unconstitutional executive orders becomes permanent. Our military continues to weaken. Our standing in the world continues to diminish. The consequences are extraordinary. And so if you're here today and you've been thinking about some of the other candidates that you really like, but maybe they're not going to have a chance to win or whatever, I respect that. I really do. But I'd ask you to reconsider. We need your vote. I need you to caucus for me Monday night, because if I'm our nominee, we are going to win. This is not just about who can best defeat the other Republicans. That's not what it's about for me. This is about who can best defeat the Democrats. And there's no objective person viewing this would dispute that the one person they do not want to run against, the one person Hillary Clinton does not want to face, is me. And this is why she consistently attacks me more than anybody else in this race. And so I'm asking you to caucus for me on Monday night. I'm asking you to get other people to come with you and caucus as well, including people that have never gone before. This is not like the other elections. This one is consequential. If you want to join our team, please sign up before you leave so we can stay in touch with you. We're not going to bombard you with, we are going to bombard you with emails for the next 3 days, just to remind you to go. And then we're going to leave you alone until around August or September, when we come back, because we're going to win Iowa and win the general election and turn America around. So thank you and God bless you. Thank you very much.
I got no use for yesterday. I'm gonna live, I'm gonna love right now. And if tomorrow never comes, I'm gonna stay forever young. These lungs of mine were made to scream and shout. I said, hey, hey, what you say? Let's chase our troubles all away. I'm gonna live, I'm gonna love right now. It's singing, oh. I said, hey, hey, what you say? I got no use for yesterday. I got no use for yesterday. I got yesterday. I'm gonna live, I'm gonna love right now. And if tomorrow never comes, I'm gonna stay forever young. These lungs of mine were made to scream and shout. I said, hey, hey, what you say? Let's say some troubles on the way.
And that was Marco Rubio, who's still hot on the campaign trail. Trying to determine where we're going to take you next. All right, so here's where we're going to go next. Donald Trump held an event to compete with the GOP debate last night. And yes, I'm doing my hair. That's why this is what you're seeing. Half curly, half not. Donald Trump held an event in support of wounded warriors and in support of vets last night. Competing with the GOP debate. Guess what? Trump was the major topic of conversation throughout all social media, throughout Google search, and Google is the one that co-sponsored, or Google was one of the partners with Fox News for that debate, and they said Donald Trump was the one that dominated their search engines. He dominated Twitter. However, the GOP debate still had more ratings than Donald Trump's event. We carried, because we were not allowed to carry we never are allowed to carry the debates for you, but we did have access to Trump's event, so we brought that to you last night. And here are some moments from last night's Donald Trump event for vets.
Thank you, man. There's a vet. We love our vets. Thank you, everybody. Sit down, please. We had about 24 hours to put this together. It was very, very quick, and we're here for some very special people, and we're going to hear from some of them. But this is an honor. This is a really honor. And I didn't want to be here, I have to be honest. I wanted to be about 5 minutes away, and I've enjoyed that. All the online polls said I've done very well with that, with the debates, and I've had a kick with it. But you have to stick up for your rights. When you're treated badly, you have to stick up for your rights. You have to do it. And whether we like it or not, whether it's something we want to do or not, and that's what our country has to do. I mean, as an example, Iran, the way they've been treating us with all of this horrible, this deal is one of the worst deals I've ever seen negotiated under any circumstances. And we just take it. We have to stick up for ourselves as people, and we have to stick up for our country when we're being mistreated. Remember that. And I have to go a little step further and say that Fox has been extremely nice, and the last number of hours, actually. And they've wanted me there, and they said, how about now? They called a few minutes ago. How about now? Can you come over? I said, hasn't it already started? And we actually thought what we'd do is we'd let them start, and, you know, we wanted to be about 15 minutes into that hour so that by now they're all tuned in. Look at all the cameras, like the Academy Awards. This is like the Academy Awards. This is the Academy Awards. We're actually told that we have more cameras than they do by quite a bit, so that's sort of interesting. And you know what? That's really in honor of our vets. But they have been. They've been very nice, and they wanted me to go and apologize and everything else, and they did apologize, and they could not have been. But once this started, it's for our vets, there was nothing I could do. I don't know. And you know what? I don't know. Is it, for me personally, a good thing, a bad thing? Will I get more votes? Will I get less votes? Nobody knows. Who the hell knows? But it's for our vets, and you're going to like it because we raised over $5 million in one day. Over $5 million. So that's not so bad. You know, my whole theme is make America great again. And that's what we're going to do. And we wouldn't have even been here if it weren't for our vets. And our vets are being mistreated. Illegal immigrants are treated better in many cases than our vets. And it's not going to happen anymore. Not going to happen anymore. So once this ball started rolling, we couldn't stop it. And you see the house is packed. And literally, this took place less than 24 hours. We had less than 24 hours to do this because I said, listen, I'm not going to do the debate out of respect for myself. I won't do it because it would just be wrong. But I got to, you know, I love Iowa. I'm here. We got to do something. I didn't know we were going to raise $5 million. We actually raised close to $6 million, to be totally honest. But, and I have to say, a lot more to come. You know, we set up a site, www.donaldtrump4vets.com. 4vets.com. And they've raised almost $500,000 just today. So I think this money is going to continue to pour in. And we have some incredible, incredible people. I do want to call out some of the folks that gave a lot of the money. And then we're going to have somebody come up to speak who's an incredible speaker, but much more importantly, it's the subject. Somebody that really, really understands what the vets are going through. But first, we have to talk about people that made a lot of money. And they wouldn't have made a lot of money. They wouldn't even be here if it weren't for the vets and our great military. Because the military, right, Phil, has a lot more guts than you do. Is that right? We have different kind of guts, right? So Carl Icahn gave $500,000. One quick phone call. Would $500,000 be okay? Richard Lefrak, a great builder in New York, gave $100,000. Donald Trump, another great builder in New York, now a politician. I can't stand this. A politician? I don't want to be called a politician. All talk, no action. I refuse to be called a politician. Donald Trump gave $1 million, okay? The Fisher family of New York gave $75,000. Howard Lauber, a great fan and friend of our family, $100,000. A very, very rich man in New York, a very good friend of mine, a very good person, and he wants to be anonymous. The first time in his life, all his life he was out there. Now I said, do me a favor, could you give me $1 million for this? He said, what? I said, don't worry about it, just give me $1 million. He said, no, at least tell me. I said, it's for the vets. He said, you got it. Is that good, right? And he wanted to be anonymous. I don't know, he's changed, because you know what? You know who I'm talking about. 2 years ago, yes? It really is too crazy, right? You know, I tell the story. I love protests. I love protests at my rallies because, you know, here, this is a beautiful place, but we have thousands of people outside that weren't as good as real estate as you folks, I will tell you. But we have thousands of people outside trying to get in. We set up cameras, we set up screens, we have everything. But I will tell you, you look at that, I love the protesters in the big arenas because the cameras never move. They're always on my face. And I say to my wife, Melania, honey, stand up. She has to suffer through it. She has to suffer through this. No, I go home. And it's always broadcast. You know, they can never let me like the other politicians. Nobody cares. There's nobody covering them, no cameras. Look at this. It's like crazy. But I'd say, how did I do? She said, you were great. Were there many people there? I say, what do you mean? There were 21,000. It was like in the Mavericks Arena. Or it was, I remember, in Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, we had 35,000 people. By the way, we get the biggest crowds by far. Much bigger than Bernie, although I have to say, he's second. He is second. No other Republican. But we get the biggest crowds. And she'll say, but they never show the crowd. And I'll say, what do you mean they never show the crowd? And I realized they never turn the camera. And I always say, you know, I figured maybe they're fixed. These are new cameras they can't turn. The only way you find out that they're not fixed, they're like pretzels the way they can turn them, is when you have a protester. You can have protesters up in the top and they're turned around sideways. They turn, but they don't want to show the crowd. So it's one of those things. So we have a rich man from New York, a good guy who's become a little bit reclusive, obviously, $1 million. He's a great guy. We have another unbelievable man, Ike Perlmutter from Marvel. He did such an unbelievable job. One of the great, great men of our country in terms of business and talent. And he's giving Ike and Lori Perlmutter $1 million. J.J. Cafaro from Florida and from Cleveland. He's a man who made a lot of money in Cleveland, does a good job, and a fantastic man. $50,000. J.J., thank you. Another great friend of mine, one of the most brilliant men you'll ever meet, a phenomenal world-class poker player. You wouldn't even know it. He doesn't do that for a living. He makes money for a living in every way. You cannot make a deal with this guy and come out on top. It's impossible. In fact, I'm thinking about him for China. How about him negotiating with China? Okay? You know, China, this year in trade, will make over $500 billion in terms of our trade deficit. $500 billion. That's no partnership. And I'm a free trader. I love free trade. But we have to use our head. And we use political hacks to negotiate with the Chinese. And they have the smartest people. I deal with them all the time. I love the Chinese. They buy my apartments for millions. I have their largest bank in the world from China in one of my buildings. I love them. I'm not blaming the Chinese. I'm not angry at them. I'm angry at our politicians because we have people that are incompetent running our country. Why should we be losing in trade deficits $500 billion a year? So it's not going to happen. So if I took a guy like this, put him in charge, his wife is so incredible. Would you both come up? Mr. and Mrs. Phil Ruffin, come on up. Come up.
All right, and I have Bernie Sanders live from Iowa. Let's take a look at his podium. I'm sorry to interrupt Trump, but when I always go live to breaking news. We go live. All right, so take a look at this event out of Iowa for Senator Bernie Sanders.
Has the statesmanship to remain steadfast in times of difficulty? And which candidate has the courage to transform that page? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bernie Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for coming out this morning. And let me thank Tracy for her generous introduction, because Tracy touches on a very fundamental issue, and that is, who are we as a society? There are those people who think that what America is about is that everybody should be in it for themselves, that what life is about is you doing anything that you can to advance yourself, but you don't have to pay any attention or have any compassion for anybody else, that you walk over people who are homeless, you ignore veterans who are struggling. You don't have to worry about all of the people who have no health insurance, the young people who can't get a college education because their families don't have the income. That is not what you are supposed to worry about. The only thing you are supposed to worry about is yourself. I don't agree with that definition of what America is supposed to be. I believe that in our great country, which, by the way, is the wealthiest country in the history of the world, there is no excuse that 29 million people continue to have no health insurance and many more are underinsured. I believe that there is no excuse that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. I believe there is no rational reason why we are virtually the only country in the world that doesn't have paid family and medical leave. I believe that it is totally crazy that hundreds of thousands of bright young people today cannot afford to go to college, and others are leaving school deeply, deeply in debt. And I believe that it is un-American, unsustainable, and very poor economics that today we are living in a nation which has more income and wealth inequality than any other major country on earth, and that it is worse today than at any time since 1928. When I grew up, and what America is supposed to be about, and what I learned that we're about, is a society of fairness. Doesn't mean to say everybody has the same income, everybody lives in the same kind of house, drives the same kind of car. But what it does mean, that we are a society based on justice, based on equality, based on fairness. To my mind, it is not acceptable that in America today, the top 1/10 of 1% owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. That doesn't sound like what America is supposed to be about. Doesn't sound to me right or fair that the 20 wealthiest people in this country now own more wealth than the bottom half of America, 150 million Americans. Doesn't sound right to me that one family, the Walton family of Walmart, one family now owns more wealth than the bottom 40% of the American people. Not only does that not sound fair to me, it sounds to me like we have a rigged economy. A rigged economy. People on top in large corporations do phenomenally well. Middle class shrinks. 47 million Americans live in poverty, some in dire poverty. Now, a lot of my Republican friends, they go running around state of Iowa, going into Hampshire. They talk about welfare abuse, how poor people abuse the welfare system. We want welfare reform. Let me say a word about welfare and tell you who the major family in America is abusing welfare. And that is the Walton family of Walmart, the wealthiest family in this country. Want to talk about welfare abuse? Take a look at Walton family and Walmart. Walmart is today the largest private sector employer in America. Many of their employees are on Medicaid, they're on food stamps, they live in subsidized housing. Guess who pays for that Medicaid and food stamps and subsidized housing? You do. Middle class does. Working families pay for that in higher taxes. And the reason that Walmart employees are on those federal programs is because the Walton family, the wealthiest family in America, is not paying its workers a living wage or providing decent benefits. And you and the middle class of America have to subsidize Walmart employees because of their low wages. So I say to the Walton family, why don't you get off of welfare, start paying your workers a living wage and decent benefits. But when we talk about the economy, it is not just inequality of wealth, as grotesque as it is. What's going on in America today in terms of wages? How are people doing? You tell me. People, middle class, making good wages? Maybe one. Now here's a radical, not a radical, but here's something young people will not believe. But I want to tell them this. In the last many decades, everybody knows there has been an explosion of technology. You all know what this is? All right, it's a cell phone. We have all kinds of sophisticated computers. We have robotics. Just a huge space age technology explosion. Every worker in America is virtually more productive than used to be the case. What's happening to the working class in this country with all of that increased technology and increased worker productivity? My guess is they must be working fewer hours and making higher wages. Is that the case? What's going on? Who wants to speak to that? What's going on with working people in this country? What? Yeah, stand up, please. Be loud. Okay, who has we got a mic here? Where's the mic? All right. What you said is, I think, absolutely right. Let everybody hear. So, what's your name, by the way? Jesse. All right, Jesse, tell them what you just told me. Hold up the mic close to your mouth.
You end up having to work overtime hours in order to be able to pay your rent. If you get minimum wage, even a 40-hour work week is not enough to pay your bills.
Okay. I think Jesse is absolutely correct. Who else wants to comment on what's going on for working families? I see a hand back there, Shannon. Stand up, please. Wait for the mic.
Thank you.
Hold the mic close to your mouth.
I've noticed that being unemployed, I lost my job in October and I've been looking for a job. A lot of the jobs that you're looking for are not 40 hours a week and they're minimum wage. I can't live on that.
What's your name?
Tamara Young.
Tamara?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tamara just said, as Jesse did, these are simple truths that millions and millions of Americans understand. You can't make it on minimum wage. Nobody can. And millions of people today are working part-time when they want to work full-time. Why are employers hiring people part-time rather than full-time? Stand up. Who has it? Raise your hand, please. All right, Shannon, you got a young lady right here. What's going on there? Uh-huh.
Then they don't have to pay the benefits they owe to the workers if they only hire them part-time.
This is a smart audience. And in 5 minutes, you have talked more about the economy than many of these pundits on television will talk about in 10 years. So what have we learned? We learned that people can't make it on low wages. They're working incredibly long hours, right? Well, here's the truth. All over this country, in my state and in Iowa, people are not working one job, they're working 2 jobs, maybe 3 jobs, just to try to cobble together an income because wages are too low. Fact. In America, our people today work the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. Japanese are hard workers. We work longer hours than the Japanese. Okay? You can't make it on $7.25 an hour. You can't make it on $8 an hour. You can't make it on $10 an hour. Just a fact. You can't pay your rent. You can't buy the medicine you need. You can't deal with health insurance. Can't put gas in the car. You can't have insurance for your car. On and on it goes. So what does that tell us? It tells us, for a start, 2 things. Number one, real unemployment in America is not 5%. That's official unemployment. Real unemployment is close to 10% if you include those people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time, and those people have given up working entirely. Second of all, it tells me that when real unemployment is close to 10%, we need to create a massive federal jobs program to put our people back to work. Now, how do we do that? Well, it's not hard. Everybody in America understands that our infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our water systems, and it's not just the horror of Flint, Michigan. These are problems all over this country. Our wastewater plants, our airports, our rail, our levees, our dams need work. $1 trillion investment creates 13 million jobs. That's what I want to do. Second of all, instead of firing teachers, we should be hiring teachers. Third of all, every psychologist who studies the issue tells us that the most important years of a human being's lives, our lives, is 0 to 4. And yet for working families all over this country, it is extraordinarily hard to find good quality, affordable child care and pre-K education. We need to hire hundreds of thousands of well-trained, well-educated, well-paid people to take care of the youngest Americans. Now, it seems to me that I have been criticized a lot. I've been criticized a lot because people say, well, you know, Bernie's ideas are really good. We like the idea creating jobs is good. But, you know, how is he going to pay for it? You know, these are expensive propositions, and how is he going to pay for it? So I want to, just to give you an example of what a rigged economy is about. I mentioned the Walton family, the wealthiest family in the world, being very appreciative that you are supporting them. They're very happy about that. And they asked me to send you their thanks. I mean, they're only worth $60 or $70 billion, and they do appreciate you paying taxes to help them subsidize their workers. But here's how we're going to pay for that. This is how we're going to pay to put 13 million Americans to work rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. Today in America, we are losing $100 billion every single year because large corporations are stashing their profits in the Cayman Islands and other tax havens. In other words, they make billions, they don't pay taxes in America, you pay taxes in America. My guess is that most of you are not stashing your bank accounts in the Cayman Islands. Is that a fair assumption? Okay. And here's the reality of what goes on. Reality. The total federal income taxes paid by General Electric, one of our large corporations, Boeing, very large, and Verizon since 2008, all those 3 corporations add up to less than 0. 3 major profitable corporations not only paid nothing in federal income tax, they actually got a rebate from the IRS. These three corporations received a combined tax rebate from the IRS of more than $4.1 billion from 2008 to 2013, even though they made a combined profit of more than $102 billion. Three major corporations made over $100 billion in profit, paid nothing in taxes, and in fact got a rebate from the IRS. That's how we are going to pay to rebuild our infrastructure, put millions of people to work. These guys are going to start paying their fair share of taxes. Let me talk a bit, and I want to get back to some of the issues and get your views on it. One of the criticisms being thrown at me is that Bernie Sanders, nice guy, combs his hair really well, great dresser, but he can't win a general election. But Hillary Clinton is the only person who can beat right-wing Republicans. Let me be very, very clear about that one. And that I think we have got to beat this crew of Republicans who, if sent to the White House, would do horrendous things to the working families of this country. There's no debate. But the question arises, and it's a good question, it's a fair question, and Hillary Clinton is what adds on the air on this issue. That's important. That she thinks she is the candidate to beat the right-wing Republicans. Well, let me give you three reasons why I think that is not the case. Number one, polling goes up and down, and I don't put all that much faith in polling. But in recent national polls, from NBC, for example, Hillary Clinton beat Donald Trump by 10 points. That's good. We beat him by 15 points. Another national poll, she beat Trump by 7 points. That's good. We beat him by 13 points. That's better. Now, you have those national polls, and then you have what we call battleground states. Iowa, not only are you the first caucus state, you are a battleground state. Sometimes Democrats win, sometimes Republicans win. Last election, Republicans, unfortunately, won in the state. New Hampshire is a battleground state. Wisconsin is a battleground state. Last poll that I saw in New Hampshire, a battleground state, had Hillary Clinton defeating Donald Trump by 1 point. We beat him by, let me get this right, in New Hampshire, she beat him by 1 point. We beat him by 19 points. In your state of Iowa, Hillary Clinton beat Trump by 8 points in the last poll. We beat him by 13 points. In Wisconsin, another battleground state, she beat him by 9. We beat him by 18. Point being that based on available evidence today, we are the stronger candidate. But something more important is out there. And that is, I believe that it is our campaign that is generating the excitement and the interest for a large voter turnout. When we talk about our economy, we have got to talk about education. Because for us to succeed, we need the best educated workforce in the world. Today, absolutely absurdly, we have hundreds of thousands of bright young people who cannot afford to go to college. And that is not only unfair to these young people, it is unfair to the future of our country, because we don't know how many great scientists or teachers or business people are not going to be what they can be because they don't get the education. Now, Iowa, it turns out, has been a leader in public education historically. And when we look at public education, which is a pretty revolutionary concept, what people in Iowa said 100 years ago, 150 years ago, what they said is, look, fair is fair. We want our children to be able to go to school, not just work in factories or work on farms. We want them to get an education. And what people decided back then is that what public education was about was first grade through 12th grade. In my view, the world has changed a little bit in the last 100 years. And in many respects, a college degree today is equivalent to what a high school degree was 50 or 60 years ago. That is why I believe that public colleges and universities today should be tuition free. And I believe that we should significantly lower interest rates on student debt. All right, let's talk about student debt. Every place I go in Iowa, it is an issue of great concern. Anybody here dealing with student debt? All right, who wants to talk about student debt? Don't be shy. I mean, you know. Yes, please stand up. Grab the mic right next to you.
I'm Clayton, 20 years old. I actually left school because I was $65,000 in debt, and I couldn't afford it anymore. So now I'm working.
Let me get it straight. Your name is Clayton?
Yes.
All right. Let me see if I got that one. This is every place I go, I get stunned by what I hear. But Clayton, I'm afraid you may have hit the jackpot here. You are 20 years of age.
Yes.
And you are how much in student debt?
Well, thankfully my parents helped me out, but at one point it was $65,000.
$65,000 in debt.
The school I went to cost $35,000 a year.
What can we say that a young man, and his parents are helping him, and that's great, and takes money out of their pocket. But what do we say about what's going on in America today when a young man's crime in life is that he wants to get a good education? Last time I heard that's what we want our people to be doing, not exactly to be punished for trying to get a higher education. $65,000 at the age of 20. That is insane. All right? Other stories on student debt. Who wants to speak on student debt? Anybody have anything to say on that? Anybody would like to voice a view on that? Okay, I guess Clayton has floored everybody. People are now, we got a point here, got a microphone right here. Yeah.
I graduated from the University of Iowa with a 4-year degree, and I got scholarships and grants thanks to the government, but I still have a little over $53,000. And they said that my monthly payment is supposed to be $500 a month, which I make minimum wage, so I can't really do that.
Jesse?
Yeah, Jesse.
All right. Everyone hear what Jesse said. Graduated the University of Iowa. You owe $53,000?
Yeah.
$53,000, and her payment is supposed to be $500 a month, and it is impossible to pay $500 a month if you're earning low wages. You just can't do it. Okay. Thank you, Jesse. I heard a similar story a few weeks ago. A young man here in Iowa. He was working in sustainable energy. In other words, this was a young man, married, 2 kids, 29 years age, $90,000 in debt. He was paying 53% of his very limited income in student debt. In other words, we have a system today which is telling young people, you got to be crazy to get an education or you're going to end up $60,000 in debt when you're 20 or $53,000 in debt. That is insane, not only unfair to Jesse and Clayton and millions of other people, it is exactly the opposite of what we should be doing. Our job is to encourage young people to get the best education they possibly can, not punish them for doing that. So number one, we are going to make public colleges and universities tuition free. Number two, we're going to lower interest rates on student debt. So the burden of student debt will not be $500 a month. It will be substantially less than that. Now, how are we going to pay for this expensive proposition? We're going to pay for this expensive proposition by placing a tax on Wall Street speculation because, as everybody in this room knows, Wall Street's greed and illegal behavior helped destroy our economy. You bailed out Wall Street. You see, you are very generous people. Not only are you subsidizing the Walton family, but you're also bailing out Wall Street. Now, how decent can you be? You know, it gets me back to the woman who introduced me, who talked about the kind of country we are. And some people say, well, we're only in it for ourselves. But if you're Wall Street, when your greed and illegal behavior destroys the economy, you are supposed to bail them out. If you are Walton, you are supposed to subsidize Walmarts. So I think we got it a little bit backwards, and I think maybe now is time to have Wall Street help the middle class. Let me shift to another issue, which I'd like your input on. I am the ranking member of the Budget Committee, and I am a member of the Health, Education, Labor Committee, on the Veterans Committee. I'm on a lot of committees. But as a member of the Health, Education, Labor Committee, I work with people like Tom Harkin and others to write the Affordable Care Act. Okay? And the Affordable Care Act has done some very good things. What it has done is ended the obscenity of pre-existing conditions. You'll remember pre-existing conditions? They will insure you for everything you don't need, but they won't insure you for the illnesses that you need to get covered. True, all right? And we have added some 18 million people into the ranks of the insured. But having done that and some other good things, clearly there remain very serious problems in our healthcare system that, in my view, must be addressed. Point number one, when we talk about healthcare, the United States of America is the only major country on earth that does not guarantee healthcare to all people as a right. We're the only one. Number two, we have 29 million people who are uninsured, zero insurance. We have more, including people in this room, if I'm not mistaken, who are underinsured with high deductibles and high copayments. Anybody here have a high deductible or a high copayment? All right, who wants to talk about it? Anybody want to talk about what their deductibles are? Okay, people don't. Yes, stand up, please.
Oh, here we go. I had physical therapy for my back, and I went in and talked to the guy for about half an hour. The bill with the deductible and all that, I still had to pay $200 just to talk to a guy for about half an hour. And if I didn't have insurance, it would have been $400 just for that one little half-hour visit. So I just stopped going.
So your solution was to stop going?
Yep.
Okay. More about deductibles. What happens when somebody has a high deductible and doesn't have a lot of money? What happens? They don't go to the doctor. That's what happens, and thousands of people in this country die every single year because they don't go to the doctor when they should. What about prescription drugs? Everybody here can afford the prescription drugs their doctors prescribe? Anyone want to comment on? Let me tell you a story, and then you'll tell me what you think. In the late 1990s, I think it was 97, I'm not 100% sure, I took a busload of women from northern Vermont over the Canadian border to Montreal. It was a trip that we had arranged. And these women were working class women dealing with breast cancer. They got to Montreal and they purchased the medicine that they need for 1/10 of the price they were paying in the state of Vermont and in America. 1/10 of the price. These are women fighting for their lives. In America today, 1 out of 5 people cannot afford the prescription drugs their doctors prescribe. You got that? People go into the doctor's office, the doctor says, okay, here's your problem, write out a script. 1 out of 5 people can't afford it. In Vermont and in Iowa, elderly people are cutting their pills in half, which is a dangerous thing to do, but they're doing it because they can't afford the high cost of prescription drugs. Last year, the 3 major drug companies made $45 billion in profit, while people all over this country could not afford to fill their prescriptions. Today, if you walk into the drugstore to refill your prescription, price could be double or triple of what it was, and there is no law to stop the pharmaceutical industry from doing that. Anybody here have thoughts about prescription drugs? Experiences? Yes, ma'am. Got a mic right here.
I am a volunteer with the Senior Health Insurance Information Program, SHIP. During the last open enrollment season from October to December, I met with many people on Medicare looking at their drug programs. It was appalling to me, this was my first year to do it, how many people's prescription drugs and their premiums and deductibles would cost them $10,000 and $12,000 and $20,000 in a year. These are senior people on fixed incomes.
All right, this is a point. This issue, I'm sorry, your name is? Sally. Sally is saying she worked with seniors, correct me if I'm wrong, many of them don't have a lot of money, and yet they're paying $10,000 or more for prescription drugs. Now, how do you do that if you are a senior trying to get by on $20,000 a year? Half of your income now is going to prescription drugs, right? Okay. Which takes me, any more discussion on prescription drugs? Any people here have experience with? Yes, ma'am. Did you? Yeah, please stand up. Can we get a mic up here?
I was injured severely in 2013. I was hit by a truck. Thankfully, I'm still here because of God. But, my mother is a single mother, and my father he's married, he's remarried. But my mother's got to pay for all my prescription drugs, and without Blue Shield, I believe, from my dad because of his service in Marine Corps, he was in the Marine Corps, Navy, and National Guard, and he went over to Afghanistan in 2011. And without that, we would be in severe debt, and she's still just scraping along trying to be able to pay for my college tuition. The fact that the amount that I don't have with scholarships and FAFSA. But
thank you very much. Your name is?
Noah Conley.
Noah, thank you. Okay. What happens when people cannot afford the prescription drugs they need? What happens? They don't take them, what happens? All right, they get worse. Now, what do you think about living in the wealthiest country in the history of the world when people in some cases are paying 50% of their income for medicine, and when other people can't afford to fill the prescription drugs their doctors write? So we got a big debate in front of us. Every other country on earth, major country, industrialized country, says that health care is a right, and that includes affordable prescription drugs. We have 29 million without any insurance and more who are underinsured seniors paying a significant percentage of their income for medicine. Now, I've been criticized for this, but if opponents want to criticize me, go for it. I believe that in America we should join the rest of the industrialized world. I believe that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. Now, here's the point. When we talk about, people say, well, that's a great idea. That's an idealistic idea. Can we afford it? answer, as I hope most of you know, the United States today pays far, far more per capita than any other major country, all of whom already guarantee health care to all of their people. We pay almost 3 times more than the British, 50% more than the French, more than the Canadians, guarantee health care to all of their people, and do much, much better providing prescription drugs at an affordable cost to their people than we do. How come we haven't moved in that direction? What's the problem? Are we stupider than the Canadians, the French, the British, the Germans, Scandinavia? What's the reason? Money and who? Money coming from where? Who does not want us to change the system? Pharma does not. The pharmaceutical industry loves the current system. It's a great system. So what if elderly people pay 50% of their income for drugs? So what if we pay the highest prices in the world? Last year, as I said, top 3 companies made $45 billion in profit. Last year, the pharmaceutical industry spent hundreds of millions of dollars in lobbying and campaign contributions to maintain the status quo. Private insurance companies make huge profits, pay their CEOs huge compensation packages. They like the system, even if it does not work for the American people. So really, in a way, what this campaign is about is saying, why not? If every other major country on earth can guarantee health care to all people, why can't we? Why do we end the obscenity of seniors paying 50% of their income? Why do we end the absurdity of people dying in this country because of high deductibles or no insurance? They don't go to the doctor when they should. So yes, I believe that health care is a right, not a privilege. I believe that we should have a Medicare for all single-payer program. You know, what I enjoy about these meetings, and it's easy to do it because this for us is a relatively small meeting. Sometimes, you know, we have thousands of people and you can't have the kind of discussion we're having now. What ends up happening in meetings like this is reality surfaces. We talk about things you don't see much on TV. The other day I was in Iowa Falls, and we had a discussion just like this. And we talked to a woman who was trying to get by on $10,000 a year, and she broke down and got on TV and all this stuff. The media said, oh my God, look at this, just this woman trying to live on $10,000 a year. This happens every day, all over the country. This is not the exception to the rule. Millions of people are struggling. That's not rhetoric. Right now, all over America, you got seniors trying to get by, and I want you to think about this. Seniors trying to get by on $10,000, $11,000, $12,000 Social Security. Sally, am I right? All right. Think for a minute. You're 85 years of age. You're not in great health. Think about how you get by on $12,000 a year. How do you get by? Do you get by? Talk about that. Tell me. You're 85 years of age, you got some illnesses, $12,000 a year. What happens to you? Who has thoughts on that? Anybody know people in that circumstance? Sally, what's your experience? Can you want to say a word on that? Or right. Okay. Well, the answer is people don't make it on $12,000 a year. They suffer. They don't buy the medicine they need. They don't buy the food they need. They don't keep their homes warm in the wintertime because they can't afford the heating bill. You know, you judge a great nation not by the number of millionaires and billionaires it has. You judge a great nation by how it treats the weakest and most vulnerable people in the society. And that means, that's right, I think that is what is right. And that is the children, and we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country, and the elderly. Now, here's what I think in terms of Social Security. You have heard Republicans going around the country saying that Social Security is broke. Anybody here believes Social Security is broke? Okay. The answer is it is not. What they are saying is untrue. Social Security has $2.8 trillion in the trust fund, can pay out every benefit owed to every eligible American for the next 19 years. 19 years actually is not a long enough time, but that's the case. If we want to do the right thing by senior citizens and by disabled veterans, something that I feel very strongly about, we should not only not be cutting Social Security, we should be expanding Social Security benefits. Is that a utopian vision? I don't think so. If we do what Barack Obama said here in Iowa back in 2008, and we implement that, we could do it. What was that? What was Obama talking about? He was talking about lifting the cap on taxable income. Right now, remember, at a time of massive and growing income and wealth inequality, right now somebody who makes $5 million a year pays the same amount into Social Security as somebody making $118,000 a year. If you lift that cap and you start at $250,000 a year and go up, the top 1.5% of Americans, who will then pay the same percentage of their income and taxes as people making $40,000 a year, what we can do is for all seniors and disabled vets living on less than $16,000 a year, we can expand their benefits by $1,300 a year. That's pretty good. Now, that is one of the differences between Secretary Clinton and myself. I've introduced legislation to do that. I believe it is the right thing to do. Secretary Clinton does not. All right, I've talked more than I should have. If anybody here, well, let me say one more thing. I can't, you know how it is. Let me conclude, and then we'll open it up to your questions and comments. Everybody here knows that change, real change, never comes easily. If you are a worker in a union, you know that workers have to fight very hard, sometimes get beaten up, sometimes getting killed, to be able to form a union and negotiate a contract. If you are an African American, you understand that the history of civil rights did not start from the top on down. It started when millions of people, African Americans and their white allies, said, no, we will not tolerate segregation and racism in America. All of our people have the right to vote, regardless of the color of their skin. If you are a woman, you understand the history of change. The suffragettes and the people before the suffragettes who said women will not be considered as second-class citizens. Women will have the right to control their own bodies. Women will have the right to do any work that they are qualified to do. And that was a struggle that took a very, very long time. Gay rights movement, same thing. That's how change takes place. And that is where we are today. And what this campaign is about is not just the fact that I have the most progressive agenda. That's fine. But it is to tell you what I tell every group that I speak before, that no president, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can do it by himself. That the powers that be, Wall Street, corporate America, the corporate media, the large campaign donors, are so powerful that the only way we transform America is when millions of people stand up and loudly and clearly proclaim that our government belongs to all of us and not just a handful of billionaires. And that is what this campaign is about. That's what Monday night caucus is about. Do we continue with establishment politics and economics? Same old, or do we have the courage to do what's right for working families all over this country? So on Monday night, I hope that you will come out. I hope that you will give thought to supporting my candidacy, because the eyes of this country are going to be on Iowa. And if we win this election, it's going to be a very, very close election. It will depend on voter turnout. If we win, it will indicate that this country is ready for real, significant change. I would very much appreciate your support on Monday night. Okay. We've got a couple of microphones. I think you got one. Do we have one on this side? There we go. Any questions that people would like to ask? Okay, we've got a woman right here. Just be loud.
My name is Linda. I would like to know, is there a law that prohibits Congress from borrowing from the Social Security Trust Fund to fund other programs?
The answer is no. That started back when Lyndon Johnson was president in order to kind of disguise the cost of the war in Vietnam. So you merge the funds. But having said that, Linda, let me tell you this, and this is where there's a lot of misinformation. People say, well, you know, the money really isn't there. It is there. The Social Security Trust Fund has $2.8 trillion. It is invested, by the way, every year in Treasury bonds, as it should be. It earns billions of dollars a year in interest. It is backed by the faith and credit of the United States government, which has never failed. So the argument of, you know, having a lockbox if you want, fine, you know, but the point is that money is there. Our goal now is to increase benefits for seniors. Okay? Okay, other question. We've got a woman right here. Where's our microphone, guys? Okay, ma'am. We got a mic to her, please?
Thank you. My name is Linda also, and I have a brother who is a Persian Gulf War veteran who right now his only health insurance is VA benefits. He has struggled for many years with back pain, has been unable to work, and he struggles just to get his health care through the VA. When he needs an appointment to be seen, he makes a phone call, and they tell him he will receive a letter in the mail informing him when his appointments will be, and why this is such a struggle for them to get something as simple as a doctor's appointment. And is there any way that these men and women can be put on the Obamacare program? It would be much simpler and easier for them.
Okay. Linda, where does your brother live? Does he live in Iowa?
He is in Oregon.
All right. I'm the former chairman of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, so I've dealt with these issues a little bit. 3 years ago, we passed, in response to just that type of question, we passed the most comprehensive VA healthcare legislation in the modern history of this country. We put about $15 billion into VA healthcare. What we found, and the reason we did it, is just what you were saying, is that veterans were not getting timely care. In other words, you know, no one can necessarily get to see the doctor tomorrow, but people deserve to know they're going to get to see the doctor in a reasonable period of time. And that was not happening. Certain parts of the country it was. Certain parts of the country waiting lists were just outrageous, okay? We put $15 billion into the VA to do two things. Number one, to start hiring the doctors and nurses and medical personnel they need so your brother can get the care when he needs it. Second of all, what we said is that if you can't get the care when you need it, or if you live 40 miles away from a VA facility, you will be able to go to a private doctor, and that will be paid for by the VA. So that was the two approaches that we used to strengthen the VA. But if waiting lines persisted, you could go outside of the VA, or if you lived a distance away. Okay, other questions? Yeah, Sally?
I love your domestic agenda, but I'm interested in knowing how you would approach foreign policy
Good.
and the Middle East and those kind of issues.
Excellent. Thank you. Obviously, foreign policy, especially in this day and age, is a huge issue for Congress, for the American people, and for the President of the United States. Some background. In 2002, there was a great debate taking place in our country and in the Congress. President Bush, Vice President Cheney, and Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense, said that it was a good idea to invade Iraq. I listened very closely to what Bush and Cheney and others had to say, studied the issue. I voted against the war in Iraq. And I should tell you that not every candidate running on the Democratic side voted against that war, although we all heard the same information. But more importantly, go to YouTube, go to my website, berniesanders.com. Pleasure to tell you that much of what I feared would happen about the destabilization in the region, it is not hard for the United States to overthrow a vicious dictator. What is hard is to figure out what happens the day after that dictator is overthrown. We're seeing that in Libya right now, where you have a political vacuum, and ISIS is now gaining a significant foothold in Libya because Gaddafi is now gone. Now, what do I believe about the Middle East and ISIS? First of all, it is a horrendously complicated issue, and nobody has any magical solutions. But let me give you the parameters of where I'm coming from. Number one, I think ISIS must be destroyed because they are a barbaric organization. Number two, I believe that we should learn the lessons of the war in Iraq and understand that the United States cannot and should not do it alone. Okay?
It's area code 714-628-7085. And again, as we have done for the last several days, we want to emphasize to the public
KKTV
the
Live.
importance of information that they may have. Please take a look at this van. There's a possibility.
This is a
that
press conference on the
paper
the
plates
three
that I talked
escaped
about
convicts
yesterday,
from
the
Santa
green or
Ana,
yellow
California.
Felix Chevrolet paper plates have been taken off. There's a possibility that it's been cold plated, and what I mean by that is a plate taken off another vehicle and placed on this vehicle. There's some stickers in the pictures. Okay, or some decals that were there when the photo was taken. It's very possible that these photos have been removed. So we're asking for people to keep their eyes peeled for a white van that looks like or could even be similar to the one pictured. At this point, unless there are any other significant developments over the course of today, the plan is to hold the next media briefing tomorrow. What I would ask is that you continue to follow Twitter. I will continue to update information on there specific to date and times, locations of the next media briefing. Again, it'll be scheduled for tomorrow. However, if there are any significant developments at all over the course of today or this afternoon or even into the evening, I'll put that information out on Twitter and through a press release, and we'll reconvene at this point. But that will be pending developments. So if anybody has any questions specific to the female Miss Ravagi, the van, or last night's operations, I'll take questions about those three things. Vicki. Well, what we're looking for is 3 escaped inmates, but again, we're trying to search locations that they may either be at or be connected at. And again, like we've said from the beginning, there is a Vietnamese gang that we think is connected or associated to this, and there's also a Vietnamese organized criminal element to this. We're continuing to pursue that information. But again, we're trying to turn over every stone and pursue every piece of information and intelligence that comes in. I'm not going to go into detail about that, only because I don't think it has any real connection to the escape, other than this group may be connected, but the organized crime that they're involved with isn't directly related to the actual escape. I'm not going to go into detail. That's a completely different issue.
And what makes you believe that these people are still in Southern California? You've said that very emphatically. What makes you, were there witnesses that saw them?
We're obtaining information. Again, I don't want to go into specific detail at this point, but we're obtaining information that lead investigators to feel very strongly that they are still in the Southern California area. Eric? We're continuing to pursue that. That's obviously it's not out of the question, but we don't have any information to determine that in fact it was romantic. But we do know that it was much closer and much more personal than it should have been.
Do you happen to know if she had any idea when she was providing talk about maps to you that led to this, that helped you with this? Did she have any idea what you had in his mind at that time?
We don't know, and that's part of the investigation that is moving forward in terms of talking to her. We don't really know what her mindset was, and if how much information any of the inmates, specifically Nayeri, may have provided to her. We received information that led us to her. I'm not going to go into specific of where we got that from.
You had some pretty heavy presence last night. I mean, you probably had 3 or 4, looks like 3 or 4 different SWAT teams
Right.
there last night.
Right.
Heavy weapons, armored vehicles. Why is that? Can you explain to the public? They're probably going to wonder.
Right. The information that we had, and when I say we're following up information and intelligence, part of that information and intelligence has to do with the potential of weapons being at that location, and of course we're going to use caution anytime whether we serve a search warrant at a location like that, at a residence or a warehouse. We're going to be using abundance of caution and utilize our SWAT teams who are experts in doing operations like that. Paul?
When you made the distinction between the Vietnamese street gang and then organized crime,
Right.
Why make that distinction? What's the difference?
Well, there's a specific Vietnamese gang that has been targeted in terms of a zero tolerance enforcement policy and so forth. But we think there's another group of Vietnamese that are involved in some organized crime that may not be specifically associated with the gang that I'm referring to, but again, that may be connected to people involved. Nothing to indicate that at this point, but again, those are.
Allowed to take an English as a second language course. He spoke English well. He served in the U.S. military. And what about the connection that the two had because of their cultural similarities? They spoke Farsi. They both came from Iran.
That's a great question. Absolutely, that's our concern. Mr. Nayeri speaks English as far as we're concerned, or the information that we have, and why he was attending that class. And again, the connection, whether it's from Iran, we're not exactly sure. That is very much of a concern of us, which leads us to believe that she played a significant role in the planning.
Talk a little more about the provided Google Maps. Was it a paper map she printed out, or did she have access to a computer she was able to show them?
It was a
satellite picture?
It was a paper map, and I may have been a little bit misleading when I said Google Maps. I think Google Earth would probably be a little bit more accurate, but a Google Earth image on paper that showed an image of the entire central jail complex here, which includes the central men's jail, the women's jail, and the intake release center.
You said they're supposed to notify deputies if they ask for anything. Did she slip it to them, sneak it to them?
I don't know exactly how that occurred, but obviously by her providing that information, or even if he was asking her questions, she would be violating our policy, which would have required her to notify jail staff, which by all indications, nothing was ever said to our jail staff by her. There are group classes, so it's not a one-on-one instruction setting. But yes, there's deputies that are assigned to monitor that. But there's a lot of movement between classes, in and out. Exactly how it happened, that's all part of the investigation inside. I don't know, but it could be 2 or 3 one day, 4 or 5 the next day.
What do you learn about the relationship between Nayeri and Huang and Q? I mean, it seems there's unlikely fellowship.
Right. At this point, all the information we have is that the relationship didn't occur until they were in custody, housed in the same tank together. But we're going to continue to pursue any relationship they may have had before they.
Were either of them in the ESL class?
Not that I'm aware of, no, just Mr. Nayeri.
Have you actually found that map that you think she gave him? Have you found the paper copy?
I'm not sure that we actually have that map. That was information that we obtained from her.
Has she been helpful to investigators?
She's provided some information. There's other information she has not. And again, we are still pursuing that and trying to obtain more information from her. That is correct. That is correct. She provided that information, yes. At this point, she's denied bringing in any tools. No indication. We're still continuing to pursue that. I'm not going to comment on any personnel issues at this point.
Have you determined what weapons would have been necessary to do this jailbreak?
I think it's very clear, especially by the pictures that I provided very early on, that some type of tools would have been required to do what they did. At this point, we haven't recovered any tools, and obviously based on the fact that we feel strongly that there was help on the inside by Miss Ravagi, as well as the fact that we feel strongly there was help on the outside, there had to have been some tools. We just have not recovered those yet.
You got any more information on the time frame, such as when she gave you the map and how long they may have been working on it?
I don't have those specifics. No. I don't know.
You don't know what the time when
I don't have the exact time frame. I can tell you that he attended her class over the last several months leading up to the escape, but exactly when he stopped going to the class, that I don't have the specific
when
dates.
It started, you don't know.
I don't know.
From this location, can we see the exact area where they escaped from this point of view?
Yeah, it's a location right behind me with the razor wire.
Is there anything to indicate that they were corresponding by letter either before or during the classes?
We do have some information that there was some written correspondence.
What kind of written correspondence?
That would obviously go beyond the teacher-student relationship inside custody that we would expect. So yeah, that would be a violation.
Do you have that correspondence?
We do have some of that information.
Has she expressed any remorse for what happened?
I wasn't present for the interview, so I don't know that question. There was some correspondence in writing, yes.
Here's the nature of that correspondence would be.
I don't have the specifics of that. I know investigators have that; they've gone over it, but I don't have the specifics. Well, I don't know physically how close and personal, but I can tell you that the correspondence that they had in writing was of a personal nature.
Intimate?
That I don't know.
Handwritten letters.
Handwritten letters.
Was it English?
I don't know for sure.
How did she get that correspondence to him?
That I don't know.
Is there surveillance tape of the class, the ESL class? Is that being recorded and monitored?
I don't know if there was video footage of that or not.
Surveillance aiming towards a specific location where they escaped?
There's a number of cameras this entire Civic Center area, and we're continuing to review all of that.
The van, you said that was stolen on Saturday, the day after. We didn't find out about that for a week. Did you guys know about that earlier, or how long?
That was information that we received in the last 24 hours.
How did you find that information? Did the seller contact?
I can't. I'm not going to go in. They did not, but I'm not going to go into detail how we obtained that information.
Have there been other reported sightings of the white van now that you've released that information?
There has not, and that's why, again, I reemphasize the need for the public to give us any information related to that van. Again, I know the operation is exciting, the service of search warrants, but I can't emphasize enough the need to find that van.
And you believe they're living in that van?
We believe that they're in this area. I mean, it was stolen a few days ago, so there's a possibility that they've moved on to a different vehicle, but at this point we don't have anything definitive to say that has occurred.
But you believe they're living in a vehicle, not in a house?
It's a possibility. I'm not going to say for sure, but the fact that they have a van of that size, I think it's a high probability that they could be living in that van.
Can you see if you found anything else in your searches that indicated a closeness of this relationship at her house, her car?
I don't have any that specific information. All I can tell you is they feel strongly that there was a personal or a closer relationship between the two.
Was there something in the letters that indicated a romantic?
Yeah, I don't have the specifics of that letter. All I can tell you is they feel strongly that it was personal. It wasn't the relationship that we'd expect between the teacher and an inmate in a custody setting.
But there was nothing to strongly indicate that there was a sort of romantic feeling.
At this point, no. Correct.
Is it believed at all that they may have known each other prior to her being here?
Nothing to indicate that.
What can be done about male inmates exploiting or manipulating female staff? Because this is similar to what happened in upstate New York, same type of thing. Does this indicate a vulnerability that people who work in jails and prisons need to deal with?
Absolutely. I think that's why it's part of that class. I mean, it's common knowledge that the inmates, especially somebody facing significant amount of time, are going to use whatever they can, and manipulation's a tactic they typically will use to get something that they want. And that's something that we discuss in that class that they're made well aware of going into it. And that is why it's important that any time they feel like they're being asked a certain question or information is trying to be gained from them, they're supposed to report that to staff immediately.
Was there supposed to be an officer assigned to monitor those cameras at that specific time when they escaped?
We don't have staff that monitor all cameras 24 hours a day. No.
Is that too costly? Or?
That the cell where they escaped from, where that den is, whose cell was that? We know they're in the same cell block, but were all three of those inmates housed in that?
They're in the same tank. That same 68-man person tank.
But that cell where you see the bunks and where the vent was cut, did
That's
one of them live in that, or did they?
that I don't know if they were actually in one of those two bunk beds.
They didn't live in the same cell.
No, they were in the same tank. All 68 had access to each other. They were both in the city of Westminster.
Lieutenant, are there any indications from the search warrants you've done that any of the three had actually been to those locations since last Friday, or had been in contact with people at those locations?
I'm not going to go into specifics other than to say that we think that they're connected. We wouldn't have searched a place if we didn't think there was a possibility that they may be here, because that's the ultimate goal. But we were at those locations because we either thought they were there, or there may be somebody there that may have additional information.
They're being sheltered by a specific gang, and you are basically going after the gang, searching various locations.
Not necessarily. I mean, I think that's a possibility, but I don't want to say that we feel that strongly to take everything out of the question. Yes. I don't know, because that part's all under investigation, but there's a possibility that maybe the sender of the letter, if it was coming in, there may not have been, someone may not have known what her relationship was in terms of her being a contracted teacher there. But that's all part of the investigation that we'll continue to look into. That is a question we have, yes.
Do you think Ravagi acted alone, or is there any chance that she might have been discussing things with any of these cohorts?
That's a possibility. I'd say at this point, nothing's out of the question. We're continuing to take day by day and ask questions and gather as much information as we can. So I'm trying to provide you as much information as I can that we know now. But again, every day we're discovering new information.
Is there any indication at this point that anybody else official on the inside helped? I mean, like, for example, this letter. Was there somebody
Nothing to indicate that at this point. Nothing to indicate. But again, investigation's ongoing. It's way too early to draw any conclusion. It would be the same search, or it would be the same policy of anybody coming in. There's certain things you can't take into a secure area. Correct. Yeah, you can't take weapons in and so forth. But if you came in with a piece of paper, that would be acceptable.
Do they check their files, their briefcases?
They do, yes.
You don't know if she was slipping him these letters during the class.
Yeah, I don't know the mechanics of any of that at all.
There's no indication the letters were actually mailed.
I think there may have been some correspondence through the mail, but again, the mechanics of their communication, I'm not 100% positive of. Yeah, I'm not going to get any more escape questions. I'm specifically going to talk about her, the van, and the.
Do you think the map was given in a personal one-on-one session, or in one of these correspondence?
I don't know.
You said there was movement in class. Would they have assignments where they would turn them in?
I don't have specifics about the class. I mean, the information that I have about the class, the relationship, and the setting, I've provided that. But some of these more detailed things, I don't have that information right now.
How do you characterize your feelings that someone, of trust, that was supposed to have been trusted and there to help, has now contributed, in your opinion, to them escaping? Are you mad? Are you angry? Are you disappointed? How's the sheriff department looking at that?
Absolutely, we're concerned and disappointed. They come in. We do a security clearance. I mean, we take all the steps that we think are necessary to allow them to come in. But again, there's a responsibility on our part, obviously, to supervise activities in the jail. How the mechanics of how this communication occurred is still under investigation. And again, there's the possibility that some of the communication occurred in the mail. But we also know that there was some communication that occurred during the class, and we're just continuing to look into that.
Lieutenant, do we know why Duan went up to Los Angeles to get the van? Did he have a connection, or is there's some reason why he did?
Nothing that we know of at this point.
But we think he returned to Orange County and didn't stay up in L.A.
We don't. I really haven't been specific about Orange County because there's nothing to indicate that. That's why I've continued to say that we believe they're in the Southern California area, whether it's Orange County, Los Angeles County, or any of the other adjacent counties.
There's no indication of how he got down there.
There is not, no.
And is every indication exactly alone?
Who's that?
That Duong was the only one there for the car.
You know, that's the only person that we know of, but at the same time, we also have some information that lead us to believe that they could all be together still. So we have not received any calls of any sightings from people. We're continuing to pursue some of that information.
Can you put a number on the amount of tips you received? 10, 100, 1,000?
I would say, again, I mean, not that they're all tips that we're following up on everything, but I'd say we're upwards of 100 plus.
Any surveillance video of Duong and the van test driving it from that incident?
Nothing that we have now.
How did the seller post the ad? Was it on online or was it?
My understanding is that it was on Craigslist is where he advertised the van. So.
So they had access to a computer to get to that Craigslist. How do you think they got to a computer, maybe a family member?
I don't know. I'd be speculating at this point on that. All right, so that's it for today. Again, if we have anything significant that develops, I'll put that information out on the Sheriff's Department Twitter page. If not, my plan will be to conduct another briefing with whatever information develops over the next 24 hours, and I'll let you know of that. But it'll probably be sometime earlier midday tomorrow. All right? Thank you.
So the ad was definitely online, but you're not sure which site?
Craigslist is what I was told.
You're definitely sure.
Craigslist.
All right, now that that's wrapped, I'm going to take you live to Hillary Clinton. They did interrupt our Bernie Sanders live event for that, so they cut out of our satellite feed. So I couldn't bring you Bernie Sanders, and I can't bring you the conclusion of Bernie Sanders, but I can take you to Hillary Clinton now live. Maybe. Is that what I'm doing?
The medicine for the shots, it's a company called Valiant, and that's their strategy. Buy up other companies, take the drugs they have that save lives and produce better quality of life, and then just lift the price through the roof. I'm going after these people. They are predators. They are using predatory pricing. They are endangering people's health and lives. But we got to go further. You know, we as taxpayers, we pay for the National Institutes of Health. We pay for the Food and Drug Administration, and then we pay the highest costs for drugs, the same drugs of anybody in the world. Because other countries, they force the drug companies to negotiate. The only institution we have that does that in our country is the VA, and even the Republicans couldn't favor the drug companies over our veterans. So the VA gets to negotiate for lower prices. I want Medicare to be able to negotiate for lower prices. I want to get those lower prices to cascade down through the whole system so more people can afford what they need. And the other piece of it, they always say, well, you're going to undermine research. Well, the fact is, they save a lot of tax money and a lot of benefits because they get a tax break for advertising on television. They actually spend more money on advertising than they do on research. So I want to take away that tax benefit. You know what I'm talking about. It's those ads where everybody looks the same. They're walking on the beach or through the field of wildflowers, and there's the name of the drug that's unpronounceable on the screen, and there's music playing, and then underneath there's this voice which says, if you take this drug, your nose will fall off, and, you know. They spend more money on advertising than they do on research. So every time one of them says, well, she's going to interfere with research, my answer is really simple. No. I'm actually going to give you more money to do more research, to produce more drugs and treatments that will help more people, because you can put the money you're putting in advertising, put it back into research, and help us have a sensible policy that governs prescription drugs. You know, so finally on health care, I just met a woman, the Hanna family. I don't know where she is. There she is. Come on up here a minute. Come on up here. Don't be scared. Come on. I want you to come here. I want you to understand why I'm fighting so hard for the Affordable Care Act. I don't want it repealed. I don't want us to be thrown back into a terrible, terrible national debate. I don't want us to end up in gridlock. People can't wait. People who have health emergencies can't wait for us to have some theoretical debate about some better idea that will never, ever come to pass. And here's one of the reasons why. Johanna told me about what happened to her daughter. Can you share that?
about 3 years ago, on my birthday. I was 55. My daughter called and said that they had found a mass in her forehead. And we found out that it needed to be removed. She, at that time, was at the age where she could be on my insurance from my workplace 1 more year. Don't think that that wasn't amazing for us. So she was on my insurance through the surgery, the radiation, the chemo, which the whole thing took about a year. And then once again, she is without insurance. And we had some of those prescription drugs that cost everything that you would have for the month. But she then was able to use Medicaid for a year. And just recently, I quit my job. I was 55, too young to retire. I needed health insurance, but I also wanted to stay home with my daughter. And so I looked to the marketplace and got myself some affordable care insurance. And so Obamacare has helped us twice then. And recently, my daughter got married in September. She was a beautiful bride. Her husband had health insurance through his work, but it was a skyrocketed price. They couldn't afford it, so then she went on the marketplace to find herself some health insurance. I have pre-existing conditions, but the marketplace never asked me. My daughter had brain cancer, and she was never asked, do you have any pre-existing conditions? So it was a great gift to our family.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, I want everybody to understand what's really at stake in this election. People can't wait. Your daughter calls and says she has a mass in her forehead. You can't wait. You quit your job to take care of your sick daughter, something that I think a lot of us can relate to. You can't wait. We now have a system where you can go into the marketplace, and as Joe said, you don't get asked you have a pre-existing condition. You just ask what kind of policy you want and how much help will you need paying for it. This is a truly big difference in this campaign. And it's one that I want you to think hard about between now and Monday night. The problems here in Iowa are being compounded by your governor, who is trying to privatize your Medicaid system, trying to end your children's health insurance program, which was one of the best in the entire country, by turning everything over to insurance companies to, quote, save money. What about lives? What about opportunities? What about health? And so this is a big question for Iowans between now and Monday night, and there are a lot of others. You know, the Republicans are against nearly every human right and every civil right and women's right and gay right and voting right and workers' right that you can imagine. And I want you to know where I stand. I am for a woman's right to make her own health care decisions, and I will defend Planned Parenthood from these partisan attacks. I am for marriage equality, and I will work to end discrimination against the LGBT community. I am for voting rights, and I will work to make sure 18-year-olds automatically are registered to vote, and that we overturn Citizens United and move back toward a public finance system. I am for criminal justice reform and the end to mass incarceration, and we need to make this a bipartisan mission. I am for comprehensive immigration reform with a path to citizenship, which will be good for our economy and good for our society. I am for unions and workers' rights because that helped to build the middle class of America, and we've got to get back to that. I am against privatizing Social Security and will stop the Republicans with their schemes to turn over the Social Security Trust Fund to Wall Street. That will not happen. And I will continue to advocate for common sense gun safety measures against the gun lobby. We cannot go on losing 33,000 people a year to gun violence. And I will focus on helping families deal with mental health, addiction, Alzheimer's, autism, the kinds of things folks in Iowa have talked to me about. And when it comes to foreign policy and national security, I feel ready and prepared on the first day. Because when you walk into that White House, as I know so well, you don't know what's going to happen. The president gave an interview just this past week. He said he was in the Oval Office working on his State of the Union address, and an aide came in. Said, you know, Mr. President, the Iranians have captured 2 of our naval vessels, and they're holding 10 of our sailors. You can't say, well, you know what, I'll have time to talk to you about that tomorrow. You've got to be able to respond. You have to have smart, quick reaction and understanding about how to keep us safe. I've laid out a comprehensive plan about how to defeat ISIS. I will do everything in my power to make sure America is safe. But I will tell you this, in addition to going after them over there, which we are doing and will do, and taking on their propaganda online, we have to be united as a nation against this threat. And what you hear from the Republicans divides us and isolates American Muslims who need to be part of that first line of defense. So I'm going to make sure that we have everybody working together with law enforcement, reporting suspicious things so we can prevent any future attacks. So I want to just end by asking all of you to think hard about what you want in the next president and commander-in-chief, what you expect, what your families need, who can make a real difference in your lives, not sometime far off in the future, but literally on the first day, who will stand up for you and fight for you. And if you will go to the caucus for me on Monday, I promise you, if you stand up for me Monday night, I will stand up and fight for you as hard as I can for the next 4 years. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Been through a war, put up a fight, and your heart is taking a beating. I can't see it in your eyes, but I see the fire, I feel the flame, and it's burning inside you. I can't see it in your eyes, so raise your fists and don't forget we were born.
All right, there we are waiting on confirmation to find out if our chopper is on the way to a car versus pedestrian accident in Scottsdale. Let me see here. The chopper was launching to this 6 minutes ago. It happened It happened on Indian School Road, closed. It says closed from Goldwater to Scottsdale for us. Okay, so Indian School Road is closed from Goldwater to Scottsdale for a serious car pedestrian collision. Please avoid that area. And I'm going to just change my lower third really quick. And that's mic height. You were getting mic height right there. I hadn't really adjusted the camera since Mike had control of the space. But we are headed to the area of Indian School Road. It's closed from Goldwater to Scottsdale for a serious car pedestrian collision. And keep in mind, that's a very, very busy part of Scottsdale. It's a very busy area. So we are waiting for our chopper to go up. I haven't received signal. And again, it was just 7 minutes ago that chopper confirmed that they were headed in that area. Let me show you approximately where that is. Let's see. That I see. So I'm looking at this map, but it doesn't look right to me. All right, Indian School Road closed from Goldwater to Scottsdale. So we're looking for Indian School, and I think that that's more this way. Yes. And so this is Goldwater. From Goldwater, Indian School Road, from Goldwater to Scottsdale. Here we go. So this is the area to avoid. Right here. So I used to work right here, actually. So Indian School Road from Goldwater to Scottsdale for a serious car pedestrian collision. It really can be. It's such a pleasant area. It's such a beautiful area. So many great shopping places that I can definitely see something like this happening. Arcadia Farms Cafe, you can see right here. Grimaldi's Pizzeria in the area, Daily Dose. So there is a lot of opportunity for you to walk around and shop and eat and enjoy yourself. We're headed into the weekend, so my thoughts and prayers are with the person that was injured, and hopefully we'll get some of those visuals here pretty soon for you. But again, it is a car versus pedestrian accident in Scottsdale, and we are about to give you live visuals via Skyfox. And I'm going to work on my lower third right now, so please give me a minute if you wonder what I'm up to on the other side. Indian School Road again. Indian School Road closed from Goldwater to Scottsdale. And waiting to see my chopper visuals, but I don't have it up. Again, that was just 11 minutes ago that they said that they were sending chopper in that area. Between Scottsdale and Goldwater is where you need to avoid on Indian School if you are currently traveling. And while we wait to get there, I'm going to give you this little side view. Oh, and it's probably going to go in and out as they're in transit, but no, we are going live to a car versus pedestrian accident. Indian School Road closed from Goldwater to Scottsdale. And discretion is advised. I don't know how quickly we're getting out of here, but discretion is advised. We're watching this live with you. I did hear from Scottsdale PD that they will not be sharing any information with us about this accident at this time, so I can't tell you how many people are injured, if they're seriously injured, or if they're okay. I really can't give you any of that information, and I apologize. I will give it to you, though, as soon as Scottsdale PD releases it. Debate happening in the newsroom. I think that that bike looks like almost a pedicab, but perhaps it's a scooter. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like I mean, maybe it is a basic bicycle, but this part of town is notorious for pedicabs and people getting around that way. The noon news is coming on with Rick D'Amico. If you're a fan, you can tune into fox10phoenix.com/live. He's making me say this. He's hovering. And I bet you he'll have more information on this than I do because people like him more than they like me. And again, we're looking at Indian School Road closed from Goldwater to Scottsdale because of a car versus pedestrian accident. Here, it looks like they're zooming in on these officers that are still on the scene investigating. We see a bicycle. Unaware if it's one bicycle or if it's been broken in half. But you can see that they are currently on the scene. Traffic has currently been rerouted in that area, and you should avoid that area if at all possible. Additionally, Scottsdale PD will not give us any additional information on this for a while. So once they do, I'm happy to share it with you, but all they will tell us right now is to avoid this area. Looks like we just lost Skyfox again. This is the area you were looking at. And check out that Dow. Well, it's not up as high as it was a few minutes ago. In the meantime, where's the key? Oh, that's pretty. In the meantime, let's see if this video came through. I was getting something out of DFW. And I don't know what it's about. So this was during Bernie or Hillary, so I rolled on it because I did not know what it was regarding. So let's check that out right now together.
What is your message to them today?
My message to them is, as a father, as a husband, as a person, I can't imagine having someone here, losing a family member like that. So I certainly hope that it's something to give them peace. And I would understand completely if they just think out the biggest villains that they've ever seen. I understand that's human nature. But again, we are working in a legal system where the courts have certain rules and we have certain rules, and these are things that can happen or can't happen.
But do you understand, though, that when the video surfaced and his behavior after that video, that does not say I have changed. That does not say I have remorse for what I did.
I understand you could interpret it that way. I certainly don't argue with that position.
Given that feeling of remorse, though, I mean, how would you explain, going to Mexico? Then is that how does that all come together? That under that cloud of that he is changed. He's more remorseful.
I can't explain those two things together. Right? I don't think they're absolutely related. Again, I think that you are applying adult logic to a person at the time who is 18 years old and has lived a different life than you have, and it's a very difficult situation. But I can't sit here and tell you that that's some sort of behavior, certainly not any behavior that I would advise my clients to engage in. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Could you get closer to the mics, please?
So you had hoped that they would transfer him to a 12-day, and I don't think that you think this has happened, and how are you making the case being
Newspaper, you're too close. You're blocking all of us.
Here? Yeah. I mean, we requested that you could transfer him out of jail because he's no longer a child. And there are, of course, difficulties in being held in this facility for our children. And the judge didn't close the door. The judge is taking into consideration. As we found looking at the law, there's a real gray area. It doesn't fit within the definition of child. There's no clear description of what to do with someone who is legally adult who is still in juvenile control. So I feel good that the judge is going to consider it, and I believe ultimately he will do it. He will transfer it. That's in his hands. Whether that happens between now and the next hearing in court or I don't know. But our main point was to make the argument for it. We've done that.
What's your reaction to Ethan Couch's attorney saying that he's not going to fight transfer to the adult juvenile probation seat?
I think that's a wise decision on his part because I don't think he'd win that argument. I mean, everything that we've seen has indicated this is a person that requires a lot more of the justice system. So I think that was a wise move on his part, and they haven't hid that from us. They've told us from the beginning that they're probably not going to fight that. And I think everybody expected this transfer hearing to go the way of this initial detention hearing to go the way it did too.
So when do you expect the judge to make that decision?
It's the judge's timetable. All I can tell you is I expect to learn about when he does it, but I'm not in control of that. I have complete confidence in this judge, and I think that he'll make the decision when he feels the time is right. But the important thing is that he is here. He's not going anywhere. He's not going to Mexico again. We've got him here, under our control. And that was our goal ever since he left.
Richard, how responsible do you think that Tanya Couch was for Ethan's actions down in Mexico?
Tanya Couch has an investigation ongoing. The judge in charge of that case has issued a gag order. I can tell you that we are fully investigating that case, and that in due time, Robbie, in a court of law, you will learn everything you want to know about the circumstances of Tanya and Ethan going to Mexico. Beyond that, I have no comment.
Hey, Richard, it was kind of hard to hear in there. In terms of how long Ethan will be in jail, do you have a sense of the timeline till his 19th birthday, or?
The complication is that the maximum amount of time that he can be held per what was ordered today is 10 days. Every 10 days, unless it's waived, he has a right to a hearing. His attorneys have represented they intend to waive any future hearings. So having said that, there's no reason to think that he will be anywhere but held, either here or potentially in a jail, until the time comes for the transfer to take effect, which we think is going to be over.
And after that, what would happen?
Then he would be in front of the whatever district judge gets him, and he'd be under their control. And they'd have the full gamut of conditions and restrictions, including jail time, that could be ordered. They could order a pre-sentence investigation. He's starting from scratch with that. So,
sorry, up to 120 days they can...
Yes.
And would he be credited the time that he spent there before?
He has no credit for anything that he's done up to this point.
So the 120 could start on his 19th birthday? Is that what happened?
Hypothetically.
And the 10-year probation reset?
No. As far as the number of years he's on probation, the number of years he's been on probation, which is somewhere between 2 and 3, he would have the remaining number of years. The maximum is still going to be 10 years, but if he violates at any point in that is revoked, he faces the full 10 years on that.
If you were a betting man, what are the chances that Ethan Couch is going to violate his probation again?
I had a pretty good idea of how Ethan would do when he was given probation. I have the same confidence that he is not going to be able to abide by those conditions. I think history tends to teach us things. The history with him has taught us that he doesn't know.
Richard, has he ever apologized to the victims?
He's never apologized to the victims, and that's been a point that's been brought up every time we've talked to them. And that's really the most troubling part of this, that Ethan has gotten all this notoriety, and I hope that people aren't forgetting that the reason we're here, the reason the resources were brought to bear 2 years ago and continue to be brought to bear, is for the victims. It's for Holly and Shelby and Brian and Sergio and Lucas and Isaiah, Brianna. Those are the ones that we're here for. And every time this family has to come back up here and face him in court, they're all waiting for the same thing. They're waiting for some sense of justice. And the best we've been able to do is assure them that it is coming, and that we will be with them during that journey and make sure it happens. But it's been very painful for them, and it's very painful for them that there's been nothing expressed to them from any member of that family of any remorse for anything that's happened.
Huge expansion.
Richard Alker, UOB, Assistant Criminal District Attorney. Okay? If he violates the terms of his probation, we will absolutely seek to revoke his probation. The hearing for that, we are seeking to have him transferred. We are not seeking to do anything to him while he's under the juvenile control, because the extent of what would happen to him if we did that would be too minimal. Our goal is to put him into the adult system and wait for him to do what I believe he will do, at which time we will seek to revoke him. Thank y'all.
That could lead to 4 years ago.
If the judge stacks those sentences, yes.
Thank you.
we're also expecting Ned to speak afterwards.
She's on her way.
I think Matt's going to like I can. Here comes Matt.
He's done with this. It's aptly named, right?
Yeah.
Colleen Sheehy Church, MAD National President, is ready to make a statement.
Hang on 1 second. We're changing.
Hold on, sir, hold! No, someone was getting tangled up.
You have everything you need to go support Marco on Monday night. So Burlington, please welcome the next President of the United States, Marco Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Who's that? I love that scream. Who is that? Thank you very much. What are you doing at 2 o'clock? I have another event. I can bring you with us. That's awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That actually gets me fired up. And I appreciate all of you being here. Thank you. So yeah, I had this thing going on last night, this debate. I don't know if you saw it. It was a lot of fun. I actually had a little bit more time than usual. I think there was somebody missing or something, so they had like more time. But it was great. We have enjoyed so much this process. But now it's deciding time. You know, what is it, 3 nights from tonight? Yeah, 3 nights from tonight. I'm losing track. It's Friday, right? Yeah. You're going to be the first Americans in the country that start answering the question of what comes after Barack Obama. Think about what an incredible opportunity this is for our country. You will be the first Americans that answer that question. What comes next for America after Barack Obama? I don't know of any other time that that question's been more important than it is right now. Because this is truly the greatest nation, the most exceptional nation in the history of all of mankind. A great nation founded on a very powerful principle, that our rights come from God. They do not come from government. And those aren't just words on a piece of paper. They explain everything that's happened over the last 2 centuries. Because we believe our rights come from God, we embraced an economic model that allows everyone to go as far as their talent and their work will take them. Because we believe our rights come from God, we have embraced individual liberty. Because we believe our rights come from God, we have protected religious liberties in this country, because we understand that without strong values, you cannot have a strong nation. But in 2008, America elected a president who wasn't interested in fixing America's problems. In 2008, America elected a president who wanted to change America, who wanted to make this country more like other countries around the world. We don't want to be these other countries around the world. If you want to be another country, move to another country. We want to be the United States. And the last 7 years have been a disaster. Not because I'm a Republican do I say this. Not because I'm a conservative do I say this, but because I'm an American. Because we have a president that has undermined everything that makes America special. He undermines and ignores the Constitution. He undermines our standing in the world. He believes America is an arrogant global power that needed to be cut down to size. That's why he's gutting our military. That's why he cuts deals with our enemies. That's why he betrays Israel and our other allies. That's why he apologizes for America. That's why he won a Nobel Peace Prize without doing anything. And the result is the anger that you feel. And by the way, do not be guilty, and do not let them guilt you about your frustrations about the direction of our country. You have a right to be frustrated. For never before in our history have your leaders been more out of touch with your life than they are right now. And by that I don't mean just Democratic leaders, I mean Republican leaders too. Both parties have failed this country. And I've seen it firsthand. This is why I ran in 2009 for the Senate. Even though I was a private citizen and a big underdog, my opponent was the governor of Florida. And the entire Republican establishment lined up behind him. But we ran and we won. Because I knew we could not afford to continue to elect the same kind of people in our party. That's why 5 years later I chose to run for the presidency. And the same people came at me again and said, you can't run, it's not your turn, you have to wait in line. And I said, wait for what? After 7 years of Barack Obama, this is not a time for patience. This is a time for urgency. 2016 is a turning point in American history. And there are only two ways for us to go. We will either be greater than we have ever been. Our children will either be the freest and most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. Or we stay on the road that we're on now. And America will become a great nation in decline. And we'll have to explain to our children why they were the first Americans in history to inherit a country worse off than the ones their parents did. This is the choice before us. And this is why this election is so important. I know every single one of you here today has been heavily courted by a lot of campaigns. And look, you have 1 out of 7, 1 out of 6 Republicans running for president. That's a lot of people. Today I'm here, 3 days away, to ask you to caucus for me on Monday night. Number one, because I will unite this party. We have our differences, but we cannot win unless we are together. And I am the only one left running that at the end of this nomination process can unite this party. We cannot win if we're divided. And the sooner we can unite at the end of this contest, the better off we're going to be in terms of winning. Number two, I am the only one running that can grow the conservative movement. And that means taking our principles to people who haven't voted for us in the past. Not changing our principles. That's what they used to tell us, right? You want to gain more votes, you got to become more like the Democrats. We don't need a second Democratic Party. We need to take our principles to people that are hurting and convince them that conservatism is better than big government liberalism. And I know that I can, because many of the challenges you are facing and millions of people are facing, I have faced in my own life. For example, how are they going to lecture me? How is Hillary Clinton going to lecture me about people living paycheck to paycheck? I grew up paycheck to paycheck. I have lived paycheck to paycheck. How are they going to lecture me about student loans? I had a student loan. Like 3 years ago, I had over $100,000 in student loans. How are they going to lecture me about how hard it is to raise children in the 21st century? My wife Jeanette and I are raising 4 children in the 21st century. And we know firsthand how hard we have to work now to ensure that those kids grow up with the values they teach in our home and in our church, instead of the values they try to ram down our throat in the popular culture. When I am our nominee, we will take our principles to people that have never voted for a conservative before, and we will convince them. I know that we will. That limited government and free enterprise and a strong national defense isn't just better for them, it's also better for our country. But you're not just going to win that way. You also have to tell people exactly what you will do to turn this country around. I know that people are angry, but anger is not a plan. Anger alone, anger can be a motivator. Your frustration about the direction of our country may lead you to take action, but you got to know exactly what you're going to do. And we will win because I am outlining exactly what we will do. First, I'm going to take the oath of office, which means before the eyes of the nation and under God, I will place my left hand on the Bible and my right hand in the air, and I am going to swear to uphold the Constitution, and unlike Barack Obama, I will mean it. After I take the oath of office, I'm going straight to the Oval Office. And when I get there, I am going to repeal every single one of his unconstitutional executive orders. That means his assault on religious liberty, it ends on my first day in office. That means taxpayer funding of abortions overseas, that ends on my first day in office. That means trying to take over our local school districts from the federal level with Common Core. That ends on my first day in office. And that means that this crazy deal with Iran, that ends on my first day in office. We're going to reinvigorate our economy by re-embracing free enterprise. That means fixing our tax code and rolling back regulations and fully utilizing our energy resources and saving Social Security and Medicare. We will do those things when I'm president. When I'm president, we're going to get rid of Obamacare once and for all. Every candidate for president as a Republican says that. I'm the only one that's ever done anything about Obamacare. Because they created a bailout fund that they were going to use your taxpayer money to bail out private insurance companies. In 2014, as a senator, I led the effort. We got rid of the bailout fund. And when I'm president, we're getting rid of the rest of Obamacare once and for all. An issue we've been talking about for 30 years is immigration. I know this issue personally because my parents and my grandparents were immigrants, and my wife's entire family are immigrants. And I live in a community of immigrants, and I grew up in a community of immigrants. And I can tell you, number one, the first thing we have to deal with immigration is keeping ISIS out of America. When I'm president, if we don't know who you are and we don't know why you're coming, you are not getting into the United States of America. Number two, before we do anything else, we are going to enforce our immigration laws and secure our border. As a son of immigrants, securing our borders, I can tell you, is not anti-immigrant. It is what sovereign countries do. And when I'm president, we will. And here's how. Instead of hiring 20,000 new IRS agents, we are going to hire 20,000 new border agents. We are going to complete the 700 miles of fencing and walls that we know that we need. We're going to have a mandatory E-Verify system so people can't get hired if they're here illegally. And we're going to have a biometric entry-exit tracking system to prevent people from overstaying visas, because 40% of the people in this country illegally overstay visas. And only after that is in place, and only after that is working, will we be able to do anything else, and it will not be amnesty. There will be no amnesty when I'm president. Sanctuary cities are going to lose their federal funding. Dangerous criminals are going to be deported. The most important thing a president does is be the commander-in-chief. It's the most important job of the federal government, by the way. And the world today is more dangerous than it was 7 years ago, and America's less safe. Because they're gutting our military. We are on the verge of having the smallest army since the end of World War II. We are on the verge of having the smallest Navy in 100 years. And we are on the verge of having the smallest Air Force and the oldest airplanes we have ever had in the history of our country. To me, it's truly amazing that there are people running for president in the party of Reagan who have voted for budgets that brag about spending even less, who have voted for budgets that brag about cutting defense spending. And so maybe that's a big difference in this campaign. I believe that it is. And here's why. Because when I'm president of the United States, we're not cutting our military. We are rebuilding our military, because the world is a safer and a better place when America is the strongest military in the world. When I'm president, we are going to have a real war on ISIS and a real war on radical apocalyptic jihadists. And that means the best intelligence agencies in the world are going to tell us where these killers are. And the best military in the world is going to destroy them. And if we happen to capture any of these people alive, they're not getting a lawyer, they're not going to be told they have a right to remain silent, they're getting a one-way ticket to Guantanamo, and we're going to find out everything they know. And we will take care of our veterans when I'm president. If you are a veteran, you're here today, I want to thank you for your service to America. We all want to thank you for your service to America. There are good people at the VA. And then there are people that are not doing their job. When I'm president, those people get fired. And when I'm president, veterans will be able to take their VA benefit to any hospital or any doctor that they want. There's so many other issues we could talk about, and we're going to take your questions and we can get into those. And there's a lot of work to be done. Because after 7 years of Barack Obama, America is a great nation in decline. And we must now choose whether we are going to remain on this road or whether we're going to choose to fully embrace the opportunities before this country. This is an incredibly consequential election. I cannot imagine waking up to the news on the first Wednesday of November that Hillary Clinton has been elected president of the United States. What does that mean? Why are we upset about it? Is it because we're Republicans and she's a Democrat? Not just that. Hillary Clinton the other day here in Iowa, you know what she said about 48 hours ago? Someone suggested that Barack Obama should be appointed to the Supreme Court. She said, what a great idea. Can you imagine? Barack Obama, who has habitually violated the Constitution, now interpreting it and applying it on the Supreme Court? And even if he turns it down, if these are the kinds of people she has in mind for the Supreme Court, we're in a lot of trouble if she wins. Because the next president might appoint up to 3 people, maybe 4. We cannot afford that. Our Constitution cannot survive that. Hillary Clinton cannot be commander-in-chief. She stored highly classified information on her private server, exposing it to foreign intelligence agencies. You know why she really can't be commander-in-chief? Because anyone who lies to the families of people who died in the service of our country is disqualified from being commander-in-chief. And Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders is a socialist. Bernie, by the way, I mean, I'm not smearing him. He says he's a socialist. So I'm just telling you what he says. And, you know, I said last night, and it's true, I think Bernie's actually a pretty good candidate for president of Sweden. I have nothing against Sweden, but I want to be America. I'm asking you for your vote because if you nominate me, I win. I beat them, and they know it. This is why they spend so much time attacking me. This is why all the people around Hillary Clinton tell anyone who will listen, we don't want to run against Marco Rubio. Hillary Clinton does not want to run against me, but I cannot wait to run against her. When I am our party's nominee, we will win, and we will turn this country around. But first, I need your...
All right, I apologize for interrupting Marco Rubio. And this is my jacket blanket. It's keeping me warm. I'm freezing. Backwards. It's like a Snuggie. We are going to have to shut down because they're doing some maintenance on our system for the next 20 minutes. And I will see you when we know that our internet is back up. But it is shutting down in 4 minutes. The countdown begins. We'll have no access to the outside world. We will be in the fetal position crying. Thank you so much for watching the morning edition of Fox 10 News Now. Mikey's probably the next face you're going to see.